My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair of tonight's meeting. Make a few introductions before we start. We also have online Karen Jones, who's serving as vice chair. Gunnar Hand, the director of planning and urban design, is with us tonight. Also Janet Parker, the executive assistant. Byron Toy with the planning staff is also with us. We also have Jeff Conway with Unified Government Legal Counsel, and the following commissioners are present this evening. Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner Dwayne Beth, who's with me here in the chambers, Commissioner Connolly, James Connolly, Commissioner James Ernst, new Commissioner Rose Iles. See, I almost messed it up today. Is with us here in the chambers. Commissioner Strauss is also online. Am I missing anybody? Oh, Commissioner Mueller, Commissioner Mark Mueller. So with that, I will turn it over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement on how we'll handle tonight's meeting.
Mr. Chairman, before that, I've got two announcements. The appeal BOZA 2023-006 for Robert Becker at 1879 Village West Parkway will not be heard this evening, as the application needs to be republished in the newspaper. So it's scheduled now for the May 8th meeting. Also, last month, the board held over BOZA 2022-077 for property at 13700 Markson Road for revised comprehensive plan to be submitted for the parking and storage. Staff held over that application for another month, as the plan that was submitted was late and it was inadequate. So that is not on the agenda tonight either.
All right, thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating by telephone, Zoom, or in the commission chamber to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or are present in the commission chamber, and Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Board members use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once Chairman Carson recognizes you. For those members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are present in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when I call the application. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you're having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org and let Secretary Parker know. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of people who are in support or opposition that did not speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, our first application this evening is BOZA 2022-065, Luke Cush, for property at 1327 Minnesota Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Cush, are you in the audience? Mr. Cush, are you in the audience online? Luke or Raymond Cush? Gunnar, how do you want to handle? Doesn't appear the applicant is here.
Mr. Chair, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Resign. If you want to move it to the end of the BOZA case, we can do that.
All right, thank you, Janet. We'll go ahead and move this to the end of the agenda and go ahead and call the next case.
Okay. Our next case is BOZA 2022-070, Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting for property at 706 Shawnee Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson, and I'm with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. And what we're looking to do today is our client is looking to take an existing dwelling and rezone it from R1 to R1B, or excuse me, R2B, which will be heard later at the City Planning Commission. But the variances that we're requesting today are with the code updating a little bit with the city. The street that the property abuts, Shawnee Road, is considered a major road, which requires the property to be 5 acres and have 300 foot of frontage. The property does not meet any of those requirements. It's a much smaller property, but it was existing at the time. So that's what we're looking to do for the BOZA portion is ask for these 2 variances.
All right, thank you. Anyone on the commission have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come to the podium or raise your hand if you're online. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comments on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with change to zone 2022-051, which will be heard later this evening by the City Planning Commission. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Shawnee Heights area. Staff has received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are a couple of notices of violation related to this property being vacant for so many years, all of which would be addressed through the redevelopment property as proposed by the applicant. Staff does recommend approval of the variance with the conditions including conditions for repairing the sidewalk and upgrading the curb cut for the existing driveway.
Is that it? All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand on his comments? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve the petitioner's request, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth, I'm sorry, Beth, Conley,
Aye.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller, Commissioner,
I don't see Commissioner Mueller on screen now.
yeah, I don't
All right.
either. Okay, Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next appeal is BOZA 2023-007 Campground LLC for property at 1639 Southwest Boulevard. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr., is it Kiesel?
It is Cecil.
Okay, I've got you queued up, ready to go. Give us your name and address, please.
Sure thing, sir. My name is Christopher Cecil, and our proposed location will be at 1639 Southwest Boulevard. And it will be under the name Sagebrush.
Okay, and what are you wanting to do, sir?
There, we are applying for a parking variance for our business. There was already an established structure that was more or less an appendix to the existing building at that address that needed to be demolished for safety issues. And so we are currently rebuilding it and are requesting a variance for our parking load based on our occupancy. In this motion here that I'm reading right now, it looked like we would need one space per 50 square feet of used space. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty small establishment. I have it at roughly 800 square feet for our space alone. So I guess that would put it at like 16 parking spaces, but yeah, we're just kind of hoping that we can somehow use either of those spaces on Southwest Boulevard on the south side of the road. And yeah.
Okay, we'll get some clarification on the numbers here from the planning staff. Do you have anything else you want to add?
I do not, sir.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner Iltz.
Can you tell me if you reached out to the residential neighbors? And if so, were you able to reach out to them in their language? And did you get any response? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So I did send out, it was, I believe, 43 letters to the property owners that I was, I guess, like off the list that I was given. I only received 2 replies back. One was from the company Flues Brothers, which is adjacent to this business that we're trying to open. And we received approval. And then we also received approval from Erin Strika, the Rosedale Neighborhood Association president. And so, and she actually was quoted as saying that the parking should not be an issue. But I guess to answer your question more specifically, I did not reach out to, the individual residents who live in the immediate neighborhood.
Do you have a follow-up? All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing no one, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, excuse me, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2023-005 that'll be heard later this evening by the City Planning Commission. Again, the applicant, as stated, wishes to convert a vacant storefront abutting their existing business for a bar. That triggers the parking requirement, of which there is no off-site street parking, off-street parking provided. in this proposal. There are 3 currently off-street parking spaces in the area, but those are used for the renters of the residential building, residential units on the 2nd story of the subject property. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Rosedale neighborhood, kind of right down the street, or in downtown Rosedale. Staff has received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some pretty older notices of violation from the property when it was still vacant. Staff recommends approval, specifically with conditions related to improving the existing parking lot. It's currently a gravel lot with a curb cut that does not meet UG standards. Additionally, some street trees. Staff believes parking on Southwest Boulevard, and as it is a corner lot, also on the segment on this property on Ferry Street should suffice.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for motion when ready. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve the petitioner's request, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next appeal is BOZA 2023-008, Robert George, for property at 4439 Shawnee Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. George, are you in the audience? Come up. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do.
Robert George, I'm with Creative Investments, 4435 Shawnee Drive, Kansas City, Kansas. We recently purchased this property just about 2 months ago. We're going to be putting an addition on the property, probably 14,000 square feet. There's a fence on the property. So I guess there was a prior violation on the property about a fence that's supposed to be 15 feet from the property line, and it sits on the property line rather than 15 feet away. So the fence has been there for, as far as I can tell, over 25 years. We went to the planning commission, told them that we would wanted to leave the fence where it was and put up a landscaping according to the zoning. Whatever the landscape would be, we would put landscape in front of it so that we can have a barrier or landscape barrier between the residential property and our property. So what we're looking to is just leave the fence where it is and just put in a landscape barrier. And that's all we're looking to do.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone that wants to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. I'm seeing no one, so we'll go to Director Han and get his comment on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, with this case, they basically inherited an existing enforcement case from the previous owner. There were many things on those previous violations. The thing that remained before apparently the sale was the last violation as it relates to screening requirements of industrial zone property abutting residentially zoned property. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Turner neighborhood. I think it's best to look at the aerial as we discuss this. If you look at the westernmost property line, The existing landscape buffer, one is not 15 feet, it's pretty close, but because it necks down due to access around the building, it can never be a fully 15 feet, the entire length of the property, as all of these are residentially zoned and all of these are industrial zone. When we were looking back at the history of the original approval, the building was originally built under the current zoning code, so that 15-foot requirement should have been implemented and was not. It wasn't part of the code at the time. We couldn't find any variances on the property or in the case files for this property or the original approval of the existing building back then. So essentially what we're looking for from staff's perspective is because there is no 15 feet without impeding on existing site circulation, staff's resolution would be to design an architectural screen fence abutting the residential property and keeping the landscape buffer behind it. So essentially inverting what's in the code as a design solution. That is not what is reflected in this variance request. So staff recommends denial and that they come back again and ask for that we develop a second variance with the design solution proposed by staff.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand on his recommendations? Commissioner Jones?
So Gunnar, you all didn't have a chance to talk about what you're recommending now. When you
Staff
have,
recommends denial.
Okay.
We do have conditions of approval if the Board of Zoning Appeals wants to move forward with approval.
You have a follow-up question, Commissioner Jones? Was your question whether or not the applicant was made aware of the recommendation?
correct. There was, why there wasn't a previous communication about what the recommendation is now.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. We worked with the applicant on whether they should apply for a variance or not. At the end of the day, they didn't want to move forward with staff's recommendation. So what's before you is their recommendation for a solution that staff does not support.
That answer your question, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, just one follow-up. So did they realize your recommendation was denial at that time?
Technically, they don't know what the recommendation is until the final staff report is submitted the week before the meeting, but I think we were pretty clear what we would recommend.
Okay, thank you.
How they wanted to move forward.
Other questions for Director Hand? Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
Yeah, who owns the fence, Connor? Do we know? Or when it was built?
The three fences that are currently abutting the property are the three, technically four property owners, single family homes. They're the backyard fences of the abutting single family homes.
And do we have any input from those people, from the residents?
At this time, no.
They've been notified of anything?
They get notification just like everybody else within 200 feet. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, this comes down to a fence issue, right? Which you can't decide where a fence should go based on maps provided by the unified government. The only thing that you can find out what your actual property line is to get a surveyor, pay them and have them do a spot survey on the property. So I have no doubt that all three of those, four of those fences are most likely probably on this property. So if they were to get removed, I should probably notify the neighbors.
But they built the fences, or did
Prior ownership is my
prior
understanding.
owner build it? Because it looks like they were either repaired or built in different sections there, because they're different colors.
The applicant contends that that's their fence. Staff believes that those are the backyard fences for the single family homes. They were constructed as such, at least.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, do you need a clarification?
I do. So I didn't realize that we were not notified of any requirement that was done. We were just looking for the variance. So from what I understand though, is they want us to move this fence back, and then I'm a little confused because if the fence exists on the property line, you want to construct another fence?
I want to ask him to repeat his clarification just for the benefit, and then any discussion you'll need to do afterwards.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gunner. I'm sorry, Commissioner Connolly, do you have something?
Yeah, I said we need a point of order. He just jumped into the conversation. We was
Well, no,
in-
I called on him, but I'm going to go back to Director Hand and I'll come to you and.
Yeah, okay. All right. I didn't hear you call on him.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. I'm, for your benefit, I think I pointed at him, but I don't think I called him out loud, and I apologize for that. Go ahead, Director Hand.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The fences that are there today are not this property's fence. They are the fences of the backyard, the backyard fences of the single family homes, which still leaves the requirement for an architectural screen fence and a 15-foot buffer. We acknowledge, based on what's out there today, you're never going to get that full 15-foot buffer, and it probably should have had a variance when it was originally built, but it didn't. Again, this was the last sort of issue that we had on a bunch of issues that have thus far been cleared from this case. I will admit it is unfortunate that this property owner is now dealing with it.
So just for clarification, before I do Commissioner Conley and Commissioner Strauss, the homeowners will leave their fences and your recommendation is another fence being built.
The appropriate order of operations, if they were to move forward, would be to conduct a survey, find out if these fences are on their property. If they are on their property, then remove them and build the fence to code. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Connolly.
Yeah, I mean, that answered my question right there, what he just said. All right,
All right.
thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Strauss.
Yeah, I guess I think we're all confused about, well, no, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I'm confused. If this is the property owner's backyard fences and we're talking about 15 feet from the property line, like I'm confused as to if you tear that fence down, do you go in, whose property line do you go into? It just seems a little weird that these are the property owner's fence. And then it's a violation on the business that's adjacent, but not the property owners. And if you tear it down, which 15 feet, how do you create 15 feet between both property lines? That's where I'm confused, and maybe I'm just looking at it a different way, but it looks like it literally, every business along that thing would be in violation of these backyard fences.
Well, the fence only comes along this one property line, but I'm going to go back to Director Hand. I know you've already explained twice, but I'm going to have you do it one more time for Commissioner Strauss. It's your belief that those fences are not the homeowners, but that they were erected by the previous building owner that's in question today, correct?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. It's contended that those backyard fences were built by the current property owner. Staff does not believe that's the case, nor have we been provided sufficient evidence to change our thoughts otherwise. I think to take a step back, the way this entitlement is being requested and the way this staff report was written was to address the variance as the applicant wanted to move forward, which is not the recommendation of staff. So that is why we're recommending denial. If we want to move forward with staff's recommendation, that would be to deny this one, have the applicant come back with a new variance request as it relates to building the fence that was never built and not having a less than 15-foot buffer. Part of that variance in the future, if we decide to move forward as staff recommends tonight, would be to essentially invert that standard so that it was property line fence buffer instead of what it's supposed to be per code, which we cannot build because of site constraints in this existing condition, which is property line buffer then fence. So yes, there is a possibility that we have a backyard fence and right next to that backyard fence, a architectural screen wall for this property.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Strauss, you good
Clear as mud.
or better?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Pretty convincing. Go to Commissioner Jones.
So I just thought about a question then. So if the property owners wanted to leave their backyard, come out of that, and I can't tell here, it doesn't look like there are any gates on there. So a point of egress for their backyard is not through that fence. Is that correct as far as you know, Gunnar?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. There's no requirement to have any egress out your backyard. There is no public right of way to access.
Okay, so then doing the screen line with bushes or something shouldn't be an issue then.
Nope.
Other questions, comments, or need clarification? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Ernst.
I recommend that the Board of Zoning Appeals deny appeal BOZA 223-008 as the variance request does not fulfill statutory requirements 1 or 5, more background if required.
All right, thank you. Motion is made for denial by Commissioner Ernst for the reasons stated by the maker of the motion. Is that a second, Commissioner Connolly?
Correct, that's a second.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal for the reasons outlined by the maker passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, thank you. You might reach out to staff in the morning and see what we can work out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before I call the next application, would you like to announce about Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, Planning Commission will start as soon as we finish the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got a couple of cases left to hear. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll convene. So we're running just a few minutes behind, but better than some of the evenings we've had. So we'll get to you as soon as we can. We apologize for that delay.
Our next appeal is BOZA 2023-010. Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting for property at 1001 Metropolitan Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, you're ready to go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson, and I'm with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. And I'm actually going to pass the mic to our developer, Katrina Gerber. I believe she's in chambers, and she can kind of give you a summarization of the project and is happy to answer any questions for you guys as well.
All right, great. Thank you. Please go ahead and give us your name and address.
Katrina Gerber, 8908 West 106th Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66212. I am a board member of Three Dog Night Charities, who owns this property. We are proposing to develop a 23 mobile home park that will house chronically homeless people, provide them affordable housing. We bought this property about a year ago. It was an existing mobile home park that had been there for over 60 years. It was severely run down and dilapidated. Since then, we have removed the homes. And as I said, we're proposing to put 23 new, smaller, single dwelling units on the site. There will also be a community building that will have gathering space, office, laundry facilities, and meeting areas for the residents. When discussing the variances tonight, I know that staff has indicated that some do not have hardships to us. However, I will note that we are a not-for-profit organization and all of our money is through private donations. And so therefore, all of these variances do cost us additional money in the construction of this project. So I'd ask that you consider that.
All right. You have something else you'd like to add? Okay. Go ahead and give us your name and address.
Caitlin Wolf with Bartlett and West. It is 10895 Grandview Drive, Overland Park, Kansas. And I'm here to discuss some of the variances. I didn't know if that comes before or after. Director Hand.
If you're asking for the variances, yeah, now's the time.
Okay, well, we will discuss them then. Thank you for the chance to discuss these. It's our understanding that staff recommends approval for variances 1, 2, 3, and 10. And we're happy to answer any questions on those. But while I'm up here, I'm going to discuss the remaining variances that they have recommended for denial. So that starts with variance number 4. They're recommending denial on some of our setbacks from both Metropolitan and Ruby Avenue. If you look at the existing conditions sheet, the previous mobile homes are actually much closer to the road than we are proposing these tiny homes to be, which again, as Katrina said, are single occupant, so one person living in them. We understand changing the layout of the homes, is what is requiring us to bring it to code, and we really are trying to work with staff on that. We are 16 feet further from Metropolitan Avenue than the existing homes were. So although we're still asking for a variance, we are coming into the property quite a bit. And then we are 4 feet further from Ruby than previously. All of the homes are going to be within a privacy fence, so we don't see that them, being closer to the road has any hardship on neighbors or anything like that as far as views go. And then one of the main reasons we're asking for the variance from Metropolitan is to save a large existing tree. It's in good condition, and by having that extra 5 feet, we can place the home beyond it, so we don't have to tear down an existing tree. So with that additional information, that's really all I have to say for variance number 4. We would ask that, those setbacks be accepted, since we are still providing an improvement from what has been there existing for 60 plus years. If you guys have any questions on that one, we can discuss. If not, I'll move to variance
Sure.
5.
Any questions on the request for variance on number 4? Let me. Janet, do you have a question?
No, but I have a letter I need to read into the record that I forgot about.
Okay. All right, go ahead and do that. I'm going to have you pause for just one second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is from Brennan Crawford, the Executive Director and CEO of Community Housing of Wyandotte County. Says, I'm writing because Terry Claudel and Phil Jorgensen reached out to me for several months ago, and more recently, a couple of weeks ago, about the Eden Village project in Argentine. My understanding is that there is a Board of Zoning Appeals meeting tonight about that project, and I intended to attend and speak in support of the project, both in my professional capacity as a housing developer and advocate, but also as a neighbor. Though I don't live in the immediate neighborhood, I live at 19th and State. I had the opportunity to get to know Terry and Phil over the past few months and to understand their project. I think it would bring much needed housing for some of our most vulnerable neighbors in a way that is based on solid, tested approaches that have worked well in other cities. And I think that it is an approach that could work well in KCK. I won't be able to attend tonight's meeting, but I wanted to drop a note in support of this project.
All right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, but go ahead and
Okay.
I'm sorry, let's go back real quick. Any questions on variance number 4 request? All right, go ahead.
Moving to variance number 5, about the side yard interior setbacks. Our community building on the most recent plans we've submitted is actually 7 feet away from the property line, so we do not believe we need this variance. So I just wanted to state that we don't think variance number 5 is needed, and we plan to meet the code on that.
All right,
Variance number 6, about corner setbacks. This is maybe a question for staff, but we're not understanding exactly where these dimensions that they've mentioned are affecting us. But if you do look at the existing conditions sheet, as I mentioned earlier, all of our mobile homes are further in than they previously were. And so if those dimensions that staff has noted on the corner setbacks are accurate, then we ask that that variance be accepted to allow our current layout that we have presented.
okay.
And then on variance number 7, for concrete patio of 128 square feet or larger, we understand this requirement is for a typical mobile home, which is more than one occupant in a lot of cases. These homes that we're providing are manufactured off-site, and they come on site with a 90 square foot wooden deck already built onto them. We believe that 90 square feet provides adequate outdoor space for a single occupant of these homes. And we're also providing outdoor amenity spaces such as a community garden, paved pathways, and picnic areas to make up that difference. So we just ask that the variance be accepted to allow the 90 square feet, as the direct outdoor space instead of the 128 square feet.
All right, thank you.
There's no questions on that one. I'll move to variance 8. Variance 8
I'm
is.
sorry, I am going to stop you. Commissioner Connolly?
Yeah, I guess, it's a lot of variances here.
Mhm.
So I look here, you want to put 23 mobile units. If you put lesser units, wouldn't you have enough space to do some of these things?
There is space. There's a lot of.
To meet our variance, so you won't have to have a variance. That's my question. If
Saying
you
that
put lesser
given the other-
units, it would
Go
make
ahead.
it a smaller space and you should be able to meet some of our requirements. Is that correct? If it was lesser units,
If we put lesser units on the site, yes.
you would be able to
and then-
meet our requirements. Correct?
Correct. There would be
All right.
space on site to meet some of the
Thank you.
requirements. Yes, if we
Thank
put
you.
lesser units.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead with variance request number 8.
Okay, so variance request number 8 for a storm shelter. We are providing a storm shelter. It is just smaller than the requirements. The requirement is 12 square feet per mobile home, which we take to be dual occupancy as we found. And so we are providing single occupant homes. So if you take the 162 square foot pre-made shelter that we're providing and divide that by 23 occupants instead of those mobile homes, you get 7 square feet per person, which is more than the 6 square feet per person you would get for a dual occupancy mobile home. So we're asking that smaller shelter, which still provides and exceeds the standard per person, be accepted. And then.
The only comment I have about that is, while yes, the dwellings are set up for one person, they're allowed to have guests. Correct? At their dwellings? Are they allowed to have a guest at their dwelling?
Yeah, the property is secured and gated and fingerprint access only for the residents. If they have a guest, they have to be registered at the office.
Okay, so while the dwellings are for one person, there could be guests there. The unfortunate thing about tornadoes is you don't schedule them. So there could be more than 23 people on site when a tornado hits. There could be less. There could be people that are away as well. So,
Yep.
all right.
Understood. And there is, obviously the ability to purchase a larger, storm shelter just with.
Has the one
cost.
you already have, has been purchased?
Yeah, sir, it has not.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead with number 9. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones.
That's okay. I was going to wait, but I had a similar question about when I kept hearing it's intended for one person. So how is it going to be monitored, and what is the assurance of compliance for it being one occupant versus multiple occupants?
The residents are selected through an applicant process. It's only for single families. That's the only, or single occupants. That's the only applications that we accept. They're not allowed to be married or have a family to move in there. We have on-site staff basically monitoring that also.
Okay, and then my follow-up
Does that answer your
question.
question?
Yes, but I heard something about guests. What is the maximum amount of time a guest can stay then? Is there overnight? Is that allowed?
The guests can stay overnight, but they have to pay a fee in order for that to happen.
Okay. How would
I
you
would
know-
say, just in
Go ahead.
discussion, it's no different than a normal mobile home park, that basically our units are about half the size of what a normal mobile home, and the mobile homes that have been on the site for 60 years with no storm shelter, I might add, they can have guests too. Correct? So what you're setting up, basically that square footage per person is per mobile home. It doesn't say plus 5 guests or 6 guests, it's per mobile home.
Because some will have, some will not, so on and
Yeah.
so forth.
And just
Jones,
know
you good?
Yeah, the reason I brought that up is because there seems to be your response to some of the questions about the variances seem to be predicated on the one person versus multiple occupants. But I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead with number 9.
Great. Variance number 9 is the last one we would like to discuss, and that is about buffer plantings. The developer is not against providing buffer plantings in general. It's more that we need to provide a 6-foot privacy fence around the whole thing to keep this a drug and crime-free community. You know, she mentioned the gate access with fingerprint and all of that. And so the fence is really important, and that fence in certain locations needs to basically be on our property line to keep the setbacks, distances between the mobile homes and such. And so that's where just space to provide these buffer plantings is affected, which is why we've asked for the variance. We're not planning to tear down any existing trees that are, you know, along the property line. We want to keep those and create the softer appearance, but just the need to have the fence along the property line, you know, lessens the area that we can add plantings.
All right.
So that is all of the discussion I have on the variances. If these, you know, move forward, or the ones that get approved, we do have some discussion we would like to have on the staff conditions as well. I don't know if now is the time, or if we need to
Well,
wait.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Connolly, and then I'll get your, what we're not going to do is negotiate tonight, because we just don't have the time to do
Mhm.
that. So we'll get your comments on that, but I'm going to go to Commissioner Connolly for his question first.
So I kind of got lost a little bit. So out of the 10 variances, you saying number 7 is the one that y'all kind of agree with, the rest of them you don't agree with?
No, number 5 is the one that's not needed.
Okay, number 5.
There's 10. Staff is okay with 1, 2, 3, and 10. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 that we're discussing, and number 5 is not needed.
Mhm, correct.
Who says it's not needed? They said it's not needed, or staff said it's not?
We do.
The
Applicant.
applicant is saying they don't need a variance on number 5.
Okay. And the rest of them, they need a variance.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
I think, go ahead with your other comments.
Okay, so discussing the staff conditions, there is a few that we would just like to make a comment on, and I understand you don't want all the negotiations, so I don't know how this affects going forward, but number 5 on the conditions requires a 10-foot sidewalk. There is not room dimensionally to put a 10-foot sidewalk between the existing detention pond that's been there for years and years. It's a massive hole in the ground, and Metropolitan Avenue. So if we can get that down to like 5 feet or something so that it can fit there dimensionally, that's what we would ask for that.
Okay.
And then each unit shall have a tree planted in the front yard or side yard. That seems to be an R1 zoning stipulation. In the RM zoning, it just says that all multifamily residential projects must include at least 1 shade tree per 8 dwelling units and 1 shrub per dwelling unit. We have 29 trees on site, so that provides plenty of trees, and we're putting 4 shrubs per unit.
Okay.
And then the landscape being irrigated, we just wanted clarification. Does that mean in-ground irrigation or hose bibs? Okay, because all of these units do have a hose bib, and residents are expected to take care of their own, you know, shrubs and all of that.
Okay.
And then the trash bin location, it's more of a question, just asking if what we have shown on the plan meets what this is requiring, because to our understanding it does, but since it was listed here, I just wanted clarification.
All right, we'll see if we can get you some answers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant before we go to the public? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, raise your hand or come to the microphone. I have Evelyn Hill online. Evelyn Hill.
Hello, this is Evelyn Hill. Great to see you all again this evening. My address is 640 Washington Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm also a part of the Justice and Equity Coalition here in Wyandotte County. And I want to speak in favor of this Eden Village project, the tiny homes. There are several good things about this project that I believe are really good for our community and especially for the houseless. One of the things that I really like to highlight on this evening is that the consumer of these houses must have skin in the game. They are required to pay rent of $350 a month. So this is not just another handout, this is a hands up. So it kind of makes people responsible for living in these homes. I realize that this housing project does not address all the needs of the homeless population in our community, but it is definitely a start in the right direction. So again, I'd just like to say, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I am in favor of the Eden Village project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Yeah, and I'll go to Peggy Pierce. Peggy Pierce. Ms. Pierce, go ahead and unmute yourself. You're ready. You should be ready to go.
Hi, I'm Peggy Pierce, homeowner at 968 and 972 Ruby Avenue, right across the 10th Street from the community area of the park. We are really thankful that Eden Village has stepped up and purchased that property. It has been run down for the last 30, 40 years, and the trailers that were there were just a bunch of trash, and it was really despicable of what the people were living in, and the owner of the park did nothing about it. They have come in and cleaned up the property, tore down all the weeds, the dead trees, and removed all the trash and the overflowing dumpsters. We now have a community back, that we don't have gunfire at night, cars and trucks coming in and out all at times during the night, and the loud music being played. And we're very thankful that they're putting some money back into the area to improve the property and help us to improve our neighborhood. Carrie and Tim Pullman have been great with communicating with all of us. Anytime we stop to ask questions, they talk to us, they invite us over to help them. They've had so many groups of volunteers that have come into the neighborhood and cleaned up the area, and it's really looking nice, and we are grateful for this. The wood fence they put up has already cleaned it up, and we see that they are trying to improve things, not hamper things for us, and we are willing to help them any way we can. So we approve of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Anyone else? Raise your hand or come to the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Randy Kallstrom. I'm the president and CEO for Wyandotte Behavioral Health Network. My address is 757 Armstrong. For the last 6 years, I've been a member of the UG's Health Department's Community Health Improvement Plan Steering Committee. One of the 4 primary goals has been safe and affordable housing. I think this project fits very well into what is a really chronic need in Wyandotte County. For those individuals who are living without housing, who can't afford housing, and also need supportive services in order for them to be successfully housed on a permanent basis. Wyandotte Behavioral Health Network is the community mental health center. We provide mental health as well as substance abuse treatment services here. We are pledging to work with this project, to work with individuals that are being housed at Eden Village. And at the same time, we understand that this is a really a model that is consistent with national standards for Housing First. In shorthand, what Housing First says is that first you get people into a house and then you wrap services around them. That services are not contingent upon their housing. This model fits that model well. We have plenty of people through our housing division, Kim Wilson Housing, which has a homeless drop-in center called Frank Williams. We are working with a number of individuals today who are living on the streets without adequate housing, who have a lot of needs that Eden Village can help fill. And again, we're pledging to work with them to help make referrals for appropriate individuals, but also to wrap around behavioral health services.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hanniga's comment and some clarification on the variances that are requested for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-005, change of zone 2023-007, plat 2023-011, and plan review 2023-010 later this evening by the City Planning Commission. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Argentine neighborhood. Effectively, as the applicant noted, what you had was a legal non-conforming mobile home park that when the site was cleaned up and all trailers removed, lost its legal non-conformance. And so before you is essentially all the variances and later this evening, all the other land entitlements that are required to make a mobile home park exist with 2 additional trailers, mobile home units on the project as a whole. And that's a lot of variances and a lot of land entitlements. Staff's recommendation is to approve variances 1, 2, 3, and 10. If the City Planning Commission moves forward with the plat at the City Planning Commission hearing later this evening, half of the variances that we recommend denial on will already take care of themselves, so we don't have to worry about those. And what is left is, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, a question on whether you want a smaller than required FEMA shelter, on whether you, the Board of Zoning Appeals wants to require the minimum area of outdoor space, outdoor patio for each unit, and whether, in addition to the fence that has been noted a couple of times, whether that fence should require buffer landscaping, which staff thinks it does, which is why we recommend denial of variance 9. That, I think the clarifications, and I lost track of your last question, but staff would be okay to change it to a 5-foot sidewalk instead of a 10-foot sidewalk for condition number 5. For number 10, if the Board of Zoning Appeals denies variance number 7, that should suffice for enough landscaping and we can remove condition number 10.
Wait a minute, 10, you already said you approved.
Condition number 10.
All right.
For variances 1, 3, and 10. I'm now talking about the conditions of approval that the applicant had questions on. And then, so we would be agreeable to removing condition number 10 if variance number 7 is denied. Thereby, they have to provide landscaping, buffer landscaping. And then the last question that I remember was regarding irrigation. Irrigation can mean 2 things: active irrigation or watering plan, basically. So I think if your landscape plan doesn't have a watering plan now, we'll just need those notes and that should suffice.
Trash bin location. Well, I'm sorry, I can't have you talking to him. I need, and you're done. So just so you know, you're done. You had a lot of time, you're done. But I'm gonna get you some clarifications. Okay, trash bin location.
Trash bin location should basically not be facing a public right of way, or should be at least facing 10th Street and not metropolitan. So I think that can get worked out. That's a standard condition in our conditions list right here, and we can work that out at building permit or if we need subsequent site design.
And the trees in the yard, did you cover that?
Yes.
I'm getting confused on conditions and variance
I
numbers.
believe that was condition number 10, which I previously discussed.
And what about the deck versus the patio? The 90 square foot deck that comes with the property versus the 128 square foot deck or patio?
Staff's recommendation is a denial of that variance, which would make them basically build a concrete deck, concrete patio in addition to the deck. I think we could make it work where the adding the 2 together to meet that would meet the intent of the code. But as currently proposed, what they're saying is just allow us to have a less than required size deck. That's up for the Board of Zoning Appeals.
All right, and the storm shelter?
Storm shelter just needs to move a little bit, and then they could build a bigger one. We believe that is the right approach, and so we would recommend continued denial of variance number 8.
All right. We go to questions for the director, starting with Commissioner Connolly.
All right, thank you, Gunner. I'm definitely confused. I mean, I hear you changing some of what's in our staff report. Could those things be worked out before y'all come to the meeting? Because I'm a little confused. So, I mean, my thought process is because of the confusion of taking and adding and making some other things, I would like to recommend that we hold this over and y'all work that out and properly present that to us, because I'm totally confused. Would that be an issue for you?
For who? For Gunner or for the
Yeah, I
applicant?
mean, he's saying they could do this and they can do that. And some of it's not in the staff report. I mean, if they could do that, I think they should have presented that to us before it came to us. And so I would recommend that they would get it together and give us a proper report so we could properly review it. Changing it.
All right, thank you. We'll find out here in just a second, Commissioner Conley. Go with Commissioner Jones.
I'm just going to say that I concur with Commissioner Connolly. Right now, what we have is a denial in part and an approval in part when you look at a case. And let me just say, I think it's important. This is a very commendable, worthy cause. We know the demographics of Wyandotte County, and before us, when we have credible people like the neighbor who spoke very eloquently about the improvement, that just makes me think, why would we not want to do that? But I get what's in the rules, not in the rules. We had Ms. Evelyn Hill speak. I mean, I want to see this worked out, and right now it is a little bit confusing. So rather than deny in part, approve in part, I concur with Commissioner Connolly. Let's go back, clean this up, straighten it out. And then I think given what the cause is, we'd all like to see this approved, especially given what the neighbor said.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions from the commission members? Commissioner Alts.
This is Rose Iltz. I can see how you could be confused by some of it, but it appears that staff has done a great job of addressing each variance and making it plain to the applicant what needs to be done in order to, get over this hurdle. So I would be willing to vote on this tonight.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
Yeah, I have a question for Gunner. The border between the fence and the trees and such, it is what's the purpose for that? Because I would think the fence would be a better barrier if they're wanting to control access to the place than landscaping vegetation.
This is Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Fences are fine so long as they meet the code. The intent of the landscaping is to soften the fence. So it's a code requirement. Staff believes it's appropriate to both have landscaping and a fence if if the applicant wants to keep the fence.
Okay, so they will still need the fence
I think the fence is up.
yeah, okay. To live up to the idea of having it semi-private or contained, that I would think they would need the fence. So the landscaping would be in addition to the fence?
Correct. That's what we're recommending.
Is the fence on the property line?
The fence may be on the current property line, but again, they're proposing that be adjusted with the plat. So yes and no.
So if they were to put something to soften it between the neighborhood, they might have to move the fence?
The code requirements.
So if the idea is to soften the view between the neighbors and the project is to have the landscaping, and if the fence is on the property line, then that would mean they would have to move the fence or landscape property that wasn't theirs, right?
Again, there are a series of actions that have occurred on the property that we're trying to help them move forward with. So if they put up a fence before a determination was made on the BOZA case,
Right.
that's on them.
I get
So staff's recommendation is that the fence is fine, but we would like to continue to require the plantings were allowed so that it would soften that up. It could happen on either side of the fence. So I believe we could find a way after if and when the plat is approved later this evening to do landscaping, hopefully on the outside of said fence. If not, there's nothing in the code that requires it to be on either side. So, or that be on one side versus the other, as I'm reading it currently right
But
now.
if it was on the other side of the fence, it wouldn't actually be softening it between the neighbors. and
No.
Project thing, right?
I am trying to thread the needle where things that are happening on the property that should not have happened yet
It's a
on the
technicality
property.
of which side of the
happens.
fence you want to soften, right?
Would you
Okay.
prefer I'm a bad guy and tell them they take the fence down now, or would we move forward and tell them they can't have the landscaping? So again, it's kind of one way or the other. It makes it more difficult as things progress on the property without all of its required land entitlements. Yes, that is true.
I'm going to call the applicant back up to the microphone for a minute because I want to get a clarification. I've got Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Connolly queued up to speak next. Real quick, if we were to hold this over for 30 days to get some clarification, to try to work some of these things out, some of these entitlements out, does that put you in a bad spot in terms of timing? Would
Yeah.
you,
We'd prefer to move forward with, to be honest, with the variances intact, if that was the case. We've already been delayed,
so you would be.
7 months, so.
All right, so you're okay. I mean, if they were so inclined to decline your variance requests, you'd prefer that versus trying to work them out and come back in 30 days.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Things quickly. I just want to say in response to Commissioner Isles. But the first thing I should have mentioned, I was one of the commissioners that got an email in support, and he's my colleague in another capacity, Brennan Crawford, who's with the community housing, was in support. And so that's another valued opinion in addition to the neighbor and Ms. Hill. But with what Commissioner Out said, with the worthiness of this cause, it's not that me in particular, I'm looking to belabor the issue, but when we start to do motions and we normally say subject to staff stipulations and comments, I think what Gunnar has tried to do commendably, because I do think staff has done a good job. So let me make that clear. But with some of the back and forth at this point, that's what's caused the confusion. And when you get ready to make a motion and you need to untangle the communication and make the motion with clarity about at this point, what are the stipulations? That's the part that's gotten a little messy. But and Chairman Carson, you can say this, if I'm fine with moving forward, if somebody makes a motion and Gunnar can chime in on the clarification piece, because that's a little nebulous at this point almost.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Connolly?
Okay, I recognize the need in the community, and per what Gunnar and presented and what the petitioner presented about changing the variances. I mean, we have to understand that we're here to uphold some type of ordinances and codes, and allowing people to come in and have specific thought process of it, and then staff presenting to us some changes. Now, I'm willing tonight, if Gunnar goes through it again and tell us exactly what he wants us to do and what he would like to approve to get this approved, I'm okay with it. But if it's, if it's not presented, I mean, because I'm hearing different things, I need to be presented to me to where I understand exactly what staff want them to do, because our overall goal is ensuring that the property looks nice and it meets the city ordinances and also the codes. And so if Gunnar want to go back through and state everything that's going to change and what he wants to allow for us to approve it, it would be great. Or I would recommend the holdover. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Or Director Hand, do you have any comment to Commissioner Connolly's comment?
If you like, I could try to summarize as requested.
I think we need to wrap it up. So yeah, whatever we can do to move things forward.
So, what I would, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design, what I would say is there are 3 qualifiers with staff's recommendation based on the conversation this evening. If the Board of Zoning Appeals agrees that the existing patios that come with the units does not suffice and a concrete pad should be created in addition to existing as-built front porches. If the Board of Zoning Appeals agrees that a less than code required storm shelter is sufficient, and if the Board of Zoning Appeals agrees that a fence will suffice for the landscape requirement, then staff would recommend approval of variance 1, 2, 3, and 10, in addition to 7, 8, 9. Staff does not agree currently that 7, 8, or 9 should be granted. But again, those were the conversations that were had amongst yourselves where we had some questions. And if you want to go a different route, those are the 3 you want to go a different route on. Staff would make those recommendations of 1, 2, 3, and 10 being approved and everything else being denied with 2 changes to the conditions of approval. That number 5 be changed to say a 5-foot sidewalk, not a 10-foot sidewalk, and that number 10 be deleted in totality. And with those changes to the conditions and with that original recommendation in the staff report, which is an approval of 1, 2, 3, and 10, staff agrees.
Staff what?
Recommends approval of 1, 2, 3, and 10 with those 2 changes in the conditions.
All right. For those keeping score, any questions?
Sorry, I don't
Thanks,
have time.
Gunner. I was stopped. I mean, I thought you was answering my question. Thanks, Gunner.
Commissioner Ernst?
I will literally support any motion Ms. Jones wants to make. But when she won't make a motion, that indicates there's a lot of confusion. And just having listened to what Gunner said and looking at the paperwork we got, even that doesn't quite line up. And so I'm at a loss. I'd love to move it forward. It was the high point of my night tonight, but I'm still
This
not clear
project or
on what
moving
we should
forward?
do.
Okay. Now everybody's hands went down and Commissioner Strauss went back up. Go ahead, Commissioner Strauss.
Yeah, right now, at this point with this particular case, because as I see it, we vote either to approve or to deny, not half approve and half deny that I've seen since I've been at these. So if they don't agree to 7, 8, 9, and we don't agree to it either, it's a denial. And we make that motion, but I think that there's so many questions out there. A half approval and a half denial doesn't make sense at this board. I don't think we've ever done that. So I'm in agreement with everybody on moving this forward and trying to work with the applicants to see if we can come up with a clearer path to make this work.
Very
All right.
good.
Who would like to make a motion? Commissioner Jones?
Well, no, I'm sorry, not just yet. One thing that I just want to be triply sure, I have a question for Gunner. There seemed to be, the petitioner talked about having just the one occupant versus multiple occupants. With what your recommendation and thought process is, you took that into consideration. That makes no difference at this point with your recommendation. Just want to be sure on that, Gunner.
That's correct. I would also just state 30 more days is not going to make this less complicated, guys. It's going to be just as complicated next time, even if we come through these agreements. And quite frankly, I don't think we're talking about too much differences than what is currently proposed.
All right,
So
so let's deal with it tonight.
If I may, Commissioner,
Yes.
So I think it would help if we just looked at 7, 8, or 9 and figured out where everybody stood on 7, 8, or 9, and then I could help you guys write the motion, right? Because everything else, if we agree that 1, 2, 3, and 10 should be approved, 4, 5, and 6 get fixed by the plat, if approved by the planning commission later this evening. What's left is 7, 8, and 9.
All right.
So does the Board of Zoning and Appeals believe that the units, front porches is enough? It's less than required, but if that is enough, then you would recommend approval of 7. And I'm seeing some head shake that says that's probably enough. We probably don't need to add a
Commissioner
concrete
Beth,
patio on top of,
I agree, yeah. I believe
on top of the existing front porch that's documented, and I'll go to the picture just so you guys can see.
yeah, I believe the ones that come with there is enough,
You can kind of see.
in my opinion.
So if we're okay with this porch and not a code required porch, you would vote yes on 7. If we agree that a less than required sized FEMA shelter should be built, you would vote yes on variance number 8. Staff strongly disagrees and thinks they need to build an ADA compliant FEMA shelter, which is basically what we're asking.
Okay.
And if I move to number 9, if the Board of Zoning Appeals believes the fence by itself is enough, the fence they've already built is enough, then you would vote for variance number 9. Again, staff believes they're doing a yeoman's job of keeping as many existing trees that are on there because it's a old site with a lot of old growth trees on it. So I think that's commendable, but there's still a little bit of wiggle room for additional landscaping in staff's opinion, unless you believe the fence is enough.
All right. So let's talk about 7, 8, 9. Commissioner Connolly.
Okay, I mean, if that's what we agree to, I have no problem with 7, 8, and 9 as staff quoted it and us approving it. But
You're okay with the porch, you're not okay with the FEMA shelter, and you're okay with the fence.
correct.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just. I guess I think when they come to us, I think they should have it. Staff and the petitioner needs to have more of an agreement.
Okay.
We'll
We'll talk about more of that when we get on offline.
Right, I feel a certain way when we have 10 variances and a couple of other things that petitioners want to get a change in, and that makes me feel like we're not following our ordinances and our codes, and we enforce those on some other people. So that's how I feel. Thank you.
Understood. Other discussion on 7, 8, and 9.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
Okay, what's the difference in the cost between the storm shelter, the size that you strongly recommend and the one that they're proposing? Is it like a huge difference that it's?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I am not familiar with the costs. I believe it's definitely more.
Okay, well, since you strongly recommended that, that's the only question I have is the cost that much prohibitive or, to
Will it change? I mean, do you have to have that in order to be able to formulate a decision
no, I
on
don't.
that? All right, thank
No, I
you.
don't.
Commissioner Jones.
I'm sorry if I may. I believe the difference is if they move what's currently proposed over, the one where they can just buy an as-built one is not big enough to code, right? So if they move it 2 feet over, they're basically then building a custom one, and that costs more money.
Oh.
Commissioner Jones.
My only thing, I agree, I think that was Commissioner Beth speaking. Number 8, that's a safety issue. And I could not in good conscience, we'd be putting them in danger. So the FEMA not having the adequate storm shelter is an issue.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on 7, 8, and 9. Do you want one motion involving everything, or do you want a motion on 7, 8, and 9 and one motion on everything else?
Staff would recommend a motion on everything. So if I'm reading the room here, what I would say is the recommendation would look like a recommend approval of 1, 2, 3, 7, 9 and 10. Denial of everything else. The 2 conditions of approval, as previously discussed, also would still need to be changed.
The motion would be for approval on 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10,
Correct.
and denying the other
Correct.
variances requested.
Correct.
All right, everybody got that? Does anybody have any questions about that? If that's the read of the room. I'll stand for a motion when someone is ready. Commissioner Jones.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at this. Motion to approve. Hang on. BOZA case number 2023-010, approving variances 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10, and the denial of 4, 5, 6, and 8.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones on 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10, with denial on 4, 5, 6,
And 8.
and 8. And, sorry?
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. We still needed the motion to include, to amend condition number 5 to say 5-foot sidewalks and to remove condition number 10.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner
Yes,
Jones?
I agree with that modification from 5 to 10.
Janet, you got it?
Well, now I'm a little confused
got it,
because
Well,
the motion was
then
to,
you have it just as we have it.
the motion was to approve 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
No, 7, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10.
Okay, and then I
Did not-
just heard, and we would deny 4, 5, 6, and 8. We would modify number 5 to a 5-foot sidewalk. But then I heard Director Hand say that we would eliminate number 10.
Condition number 10.
Condition, not variance.
Condition 10. Okay, all right,
Got
that's
All
why
right.
it's all confusing.
Okay.
No,
It's been
I'm not
moved and
confused
seconded.
anymore.
All right, moved and seconded for something. Any discussion that we haven't already had? Commissioner Ernst.
No, I was the second, I thought.
Okay. Seeing no more discussion, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend and to deny as outlined by the maker passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, thank you. So to the applicants, I just want you to know, the reason we spent as much time as we did because we recognize the importance of this project and we want to find a path forward. And to the people that are waiting for the planning commission to start, we're almost there, but I want you all to recognize the importance of this project. And that's why we spent so much time on it. So we've got one more case to go, which is the one that we missed out on the start, and then we'll get rolling.
We're going to go back to BOZA 2022-065, Luke Cush for property at 1327 Minnesota Avenue.
Is there somebody here representing Luke Cush? I have Tracy Cush.
This is Tracy Cush. I am here.
Go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Tell us about your project.
Tracy Cush, Luke Cush Corporation, 1401 Minnesota Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. We're applying for a variance/vacation of an existing parking lot. The variance is to keep it existing where it was when we purchased it. We have some stipulations to do a few things in order to for approval. We've agreed upon all those things as far as the wrought iron fence. I do have some questions though on that, and I don't know if I should ask those now or wait. But we just we need every.
It's not
inch of
getting
that
any
parking
earlier,
lot.
so if you have questions, let's go ahead and get them out on the table.
Well, I was told I would just need to do a wrought iron fence along State Avenue. And now I'm seeing I have to do it along Minnesota. And we have the fences that open up to lock at the gates. And we were told just along State Avenue, and was all we were asked to do. Number two, we were told not to worry about any trees or landscaping, and I see now we have that. I have no problem putting landscaping in that triangle area in the corner, but where am I supposed to put trees in a car lot?
Okay. What else do you have?
Well, that's basically it. Just, every inch of this needs for the car lot, and then for those 30 spaces that we have to allot to the people in front, that I need every variance to be approved so we can move forward. We will lose one spot by the triangle, and I'm okay with that. And we're willing to do the wrought iron. I'm just confused as why some of this stuff wasn't told to me prior, as far as the west side wrought iron and trees.
All right, we'll get you some answers on that.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for the applicant from the commission? Okay, seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments and clarifications from the questions raised by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Vacation 2022-003 later this evening by the City Planning Commission. This is in the downtown area plan, right at State Avenue and 14th Street. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are quite a few notices of violation on the subject property. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, including the provision of an architectural screen fence, the removal of all existing violations, and the maintenance of a previous variance case for this site that basically laid out the site plan as you see here. The agreement with the Cushes was to mimic the property across 14th Street, which has an improved fence both on State and 14th Street. Those can have ingress and egress gates associated with them. If you look at the site plan, again, I think the parking facing State Avenue will be maintained with wheel stops to make sure those cars don't roll into the street or into the new fence. The setback of the fence along 14th Street, we believe, can provide sufficient landscaping. Staff again recommends approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, whose violations are those that's listed in the thing?
The Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. The short answer is the applicants have a tenant that doesn't that regularly gets cited for violations. Again, the previous, if you go, let's go back.
He does not listen to me. He won't listen, and so we're gonna probably have to evict him because we, don't want him, but he does hinder our plans here. But I didn't know we had a setback on 14th Street either. This is all new.
I'm going to cut you off because we're listening to the director.
That's my concern because I went by there on my way here. There was junk cars parked in the street with the windows broken out and a tow truck sitting in the middle of the street. I had to turn around and go back the other direction. There was a car halfway on Minnesota Avenue that was blocking the sidewalk with the front end off of it. And I don't see where this is going to correct those problems. If the day they're appearing here for these things and to drive by and see all those things that are taking place there, and now there seems to be a confusion as to the screening and everything. I don't know how we could trust the approval on that actually.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. What I will say is that the applicant has subdivided the building that fronts Minnesota Avenue to multiple sort of auto repair shops. The one that uses this lot for storage basically keeps all their inoperable vehicles there, which they're not allowed to do. The previous Board of Zoning Appeals case had a parking plan set for this lot, which was a a few for display to sell, a few for staff and customer parking. And then they were supposed to kind of screen the rest of the stuff, and that basically just never happened. So we're hoping it is not managed by their tenant the way the variance describes it. To the applicant's benefit, there were a lot of violations on this property, and what we've gotten it down to after this vacation and variance, if the Board of Zoning Appeals and City Planning Commission approve it, is one bad apple. So they have made quite a bit of progress, I would say, even though the bad apple is the worst of all the variances, or excuse me, worst of all the violations.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Connolly. Commissioner Connolly.
So I never did hear, or are you going to ask Gunner the questions that the petitioner asked about sidewalks? She didn't know, she only agreed to the requirements of one.
Was the applicant made aware of the staff report?
Yes.
So everything was outlined in the staff report for the applicants.
So it was given to her when? Because she said she didn't have any idea. So can you pull her back up and see if, yeah, that's what I like.
Gunner.
I like that.
It's Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Draft staff report goes out 3 to 4 weeks before the hearing tonight, and then the final staff report, after a period of back and forth with the applicants with draft staff report, goes out the week before the plan. So last week before the planning.
And if there's no back and forth between the applicants, they would have received that report 3 weeks ago at least.
Yes.
So my question, she said she had
on their application for since before last November.
All right.
But they filed it last November.
I'm sorry.
So
go
I
ahead,
guess my
Commissioner Connolly.
question, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have the floor. I guess my question is, she said she didn't have any idea about any of this. And so you saying that there's some non-truths, or she didn't read the staff report?
He's saying the staff report was sent to the applicant 3 to 4 weeks prior to tonight's meeting.
Okay. Can you pull her back up so I can ask her a question?
Ms. Cush, were you not aware of the staff report? Did you review it?
I did not get a review it till just tonight. I've been out of the country. Michael Farley was aware of that for 3 weeks, almost a month. Unexpectedly got stuck there a little bit because of the German strikes. Don't making excuses, but we had all spoke before. There was no mention of that, and I have not looked real thoroughly at my architect's plans, but I don't think we did anything because we're asking for variances to keep it all existing, except changing it to a wrought iron fence, not pulling it back 14 feet on the west side.
Okay, so you were out of the country. You were not able to review the staff report. Is that correct?
No, just a little bit ago, because I've been out of the country. I just got back.
That's what I just
On a
said.
point of order, I asked her a question. You asked him a question for me, Mr. Chair. I asked a question. Is that okay?
Are we not asking the same question, or you just want to be the one that
No,
asks?
I asked you to pull her up. I need to ask her the question, and you took over.
Well, I am
have
the chair, so I can do that.
No.
Yeah, I can.
Point of order.
I don't want to have an argument with you, Commissioner Connolly. What is your question?
It's a
so we
point
can
of
move
order. I
on?
get to ask her a question.
What is your question, Commissioner Connolly? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
So you saying that you just received a report when you came back from out of town and you had no knowledge prior to that? And
I didn't.
You've been
Yeah,
out
I
of
don't
town for
recall.
more than 3 weeks?
Yes, I didn't. I left at the the first week of March. On the 14th, the second week, I guess.
Okay, and so
I had
tonight
no
was the
email
first time
access.
tonight was the first time you read that?
Yeah, because we went through this and got everything sent over to them with my architect. I paid $5,000 to make this plan. And we did not do anything with setting back 14 feet. We were applying for a variance to keep it the way it is. We're just, the approval was to put up a fence. That's what me and Gunnar discussed with my husband Raymond. And now all of a sudden, now they want one along that side and move it 14 foot, put landscaping in. And we were told we wouldn't need to do that. It's kind of hard to do that when you have a very small parking lot and a small car lot, and you're taking up half of your car lot and giving it to the building in front. And then they want you to plant trees and take 14 foot off. I'll lose 6 spaces that way. I mean, I don't understand. And it's not over 20,000. I got 125 foot by 162. It's 20,250 square feet
All
of
right,
parking
thank-
lot.
Everybody satisfied with that with that response?
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones.
I just need to point out, I'm sure it is, everybody else may be thinking this as well, but if the petitioner is not understanding and is saying she wasn't aware, if we make a motion to approve it, subject to staff stipulations and comments, it will be in accordance with what's in the report, which is information to a degree she says she was unaware of.
That is correct.
That's a problem.
If I may, Gunnar Hand,
Commissioner,
Director of
Director
Planning and
Hand.
Design. I think some of the confusion relates to the property across 14th Street. The original conversation was always to look to that neighbor and mimic their fence, which is a wrought iron fence that wraps around the corner. So if there's confusion in that from the early conversations with the applicant before they filed, and I apologize. That is what has been in the staff reports consistently. We're not asking them to do anything other than replace the existing fence with the architectural screen fence. That 14 feet is the existing sidewalk and the right of way. We're asking that because it's a corner lot, there is a setback at the corner for a fence. We're asking that that corner lot, the corner portion, to allow for cars to kind of peek around the corner to be landscaped. That's it.
Questions for Director Hand, Commissioner Jones.
There is actually one more. I think I heard the applicant say that she was confused about how could you put trees in a car lot. I just want to be sure that if we approve it, that it's in accordance with what's in the report right now versus if something needs to be worked out. I know how we feel about holdovers, but just want to be sure the applicant understands that, what approval would mean as it is now.
Director Hand. You all need to decide what you want to do. If the applicant was out of town and was unable to review the plan and the recommendations, or there was some confusion, it's not incumbent upon the staff to make sure the confusion is taken care of. It's up to the applicant to clarify any positions that they were unaware of when they see the staff report. Am I correct, Director Hand?
Staff will take, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, staff will take ownership of any confusion on the applicant's part. We've been working with them for months on this. So I think the confusion is she's raced to read it coming back from out of town and hasn't had the chance to clarify. So she brought it to the meeting.
So what's your pleasure? Do you want to give them more time and hold it over? Or do you want to go forward tonight?
Staff is confident moving forward as is.
Staff is confident in moving forward this evening. Commissioner Jones?
If staff is confident in that, I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're done with discussion too.
Go ahead, please.
I make a motion to approve the case number 2022-065, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval of this case, subject to staff stipulations and comments. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion on the motion for approval, Commissioner Connolly? Or were you the second? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And Jan, does that conclude our agenda?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, thank you. For everyone in the audience, we will take a 5-minute recess. We'll convene the City Planning Commission and we'll get on to this evening's business. Thank you all. Well, I can't now. Worked out with it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to. It's a good one right off the bat. It is a mess up there, and then we're gonna come back, everything not, but you know what, of course you would come back. All right, you know what, I'm sorry, I was just having. I was able to look at everything that I had while I was up. Yeah, architect. Right. And again, even still, they.
But I wasn't on the commission then.
Great, we're gonna eat donuts for the morning. People better take a moment, get their habit back on. This is what my, it's not out there, is it? Okay, good evening. Thank you for your patience. I hope you enjoyed the entertainment of the first act because we have more to follow. I want to welcome you all to the April 10th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm Jeff Carson. I'll be serving as chair of tonight's meeting. We have the following members and guests present this evening. Karen Jones will be serving as vice chair this evening. We also have Gunnar Hand, Director of Land Use and Urban Planning. Janet Parker, who is the secretary for the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning, is also with us tonight. We also have Jeff Conway, Unified Government Legal Counsel, and the following Board of Commissioners present this evening. Randy Armstrong, Dwayne Beth, James Connolly, James Ernst, Karen Jones, Mark Moeller, Rose Ilst, Joseph Strauss. I believe that's everybody. Commissioner Ward may be joining us later. With that, I will turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement on how we'll handle tonight's meeting.
Mr. Chairman, before I do that, I just want to make the same announcement I did at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, that the applications on at 13700 Markson Road, the change of zone, the master plan amendment, and the plat are not on the agenda tonight due to the reason I stated, and they will be on the agenda in the future.
All right, thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar or in person or in person in the commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Planning Commission members, use the raise your hand feature to speak after Chairman Carson recognizes you. Unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person in the commission chamber, when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of everyone participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, April 27, 2023. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final, and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of those persons in support and in opposition that do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wykokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the planning commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the planning commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to either use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. Or if you are in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item you want to remove from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision on Thursday, April 27, 2023 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the the March 13, 2023 minutes. Special use permit application SP 2022-11122. Jim Donovan with the Showroom Floor LLC. Renewal of a special use permit SP 2021-009, which expires 5/6/2023 to operate a short-term rental at 1127 Southwest Boulevard. Special use permit application SP 2023-007. Ryan Dink with McInerney, Van Cleve, and Phillips. Renewal of a special use permit SP 2020-96, expired February 4, 2023, for the temporary use of land for semi-truck parking at the American Inn Hotel at 7949 Split Log Avenue. SP 2023-009, Judd Clausen with Phelps Engineering. Renewal of a special use permit SP 2022-013, which expires 5/5/2023, to continue to remove earth and fill at 1215 Merriam Lane. Plat 2023-009, Scannell Properties number 459 LLC. Final plat I-435 Logistics Park, first plat, for an industrial lot at 9822 Leavenworth Road. And it has a corresponding plan review, PR 2023-005. Final plan review for a business park at 9822 Leavenworth Road. Plan review application PR 2023-010. Mr. Muslett for property at 5648 State Avenue, final plan review to construct a convenience store and fueling station. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Janet. Is there anyone on the commission that wants to have anything pulled from the consent agenda for consideration? Is there anyone in the audience that wants anything pulled from the consent agenda? Please come forward or raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the items on the consent agenda. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to accept the items on the consent agenda as noted.
thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the consent agenda items? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye. Aye.
oh, I'm sorry, Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the items on the consent agenda, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would note that the 3 special use permit renewals will go before the Board of Commissioners on April 27th at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Janet.
And Mr. Chairman, that will now take us to the non-consent agenda. Our first item is change of zone application COZ 2022-051. Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to R2B 2 Family District to remodel an existing structure into a duplex at 706 Shawnee Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We've got you queued up to speak. Go ahead. Start off with your name and address.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson, and I'm with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas 66007. And what our client is looking to do at 706 Shawnee Road is simply change the zone from an R1 single family district to RP2 Plan 2 Family District. Basically, what they're going to do is take the existing dwelling, and they're not adding anything to the outside, not adding any extra structures or making it larger. They're simply just gutting the inside to convert it to a duplex. So they're looking to ask for a change of zone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, raise your hand or come to the podium. Seeing no one, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannigan's comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with BOZA case 2022-070, which was approved earlier this evening by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Again, for clarification, this case is looking to change that zone from R1 to RP2B. And it is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Shawnee Heights neighborhood. Staff received no letters of support, no opposition. Again, there are notices of violation related to this property being vacant, which should be addressed by the proposed project. Staff recommends approval with a couple of conditions as it relates to repairing the sidewalk, installing a UG standard driveway apron. And staff would also apologize, it was a typo in the conditions of approval. We should have added a sort of summary condition specifically outlined that it's going from R1 to RP2B. That P makes it a plant district. Again, we have a single family home being converted into a duplex in a predominantly single family typology. This is right on the edge of an R2 zoned area. So if this single family home, let's say, were demolished and rebuilt as a duplex later on, that would give staff and the planning commission site control in the future to make sure that it doesn't fit, isn't outside the neighborhood character in the future. So we would ask if there is a recommendation for approval, we add a condition to clarify it's going to RP2B.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Jones?
Gunner, so with that modification, does it change any understanding that staff had with the applicant?
Director Planner was like, no, that was what was understood and discussed with the applicant. I think it just wasn't written in synopsis correctly. It was notified correctly.
Gotcha. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the director? Seeing none, a motion, please. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the petitioner's change of zone request, subject to staff stipulations and comments, inclusive of the modification from what was noted in the report incorrectly as R2B, changing it to RP2B.
Got it. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley. Commissioner Conley,
Aye.
There we go.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone COZ 2022-051 to RP2B two-family district, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on April 27th before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Master Plan Amendment MPL 2023-001. Master Plan Amendment from Regional Commercial Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan to Mixed Use Citywide Master Plan to convert an office building into a mixed-use apartment building at 10200 Abilities Way, and the corresponding change of zone COZ 2023-001, David Block with Block and Company. Change of zone from CP2 Planned General Business District to CP3 Planned Commercial District to convert an office building into a mixed-use apartment building at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Block, are you in the audience or anyone representing Mr. Block? Go ahead. Good evening. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Philip Goforth, 4730 North Hickory Court, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, tell us what you'd like to do.
I'm a joint venture development partner with Block and Company, and we have made this application to change from the current use to a mixed use zoning. just to allow some flexibility in the type of economic drivers that we can put in the buildings and around the property. We, at this point, do not plan to make it entirely multifamily. We are considering leaving one of the towers to be office and one of the towers to be multifamily. It's a large investment to take the project on, and we are simply asking for the flexibility in the zoning because, as you might know, it's very difficult these days to lease 650,000 square feet in all office. Without this mixed-use rezoning, it completely limits the ability for a successful development to happen. And if we're able to have that flexibility, we can also develop certain out parcels in the excess parking areas and excess land that would certainly help drive additional tax base on a commercial level, which you may hear opposition of tonight in terms of it being too much multifamily, which would kind of challenge that tax base, moving from a commercial mill levy to a residential mill levy. We feel like we can establish a fantastic plan that would keep the taxes at or above its current rate. We think we have a great plan for it, and just would ask for your consideration for the flexibility in the zoning.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the, go ahead and stay up here for just a second. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, I guess not. We'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of this project, please come forward or raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Good evening. Greg Kendall, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I'm here this evening in opposition to the requested zone change at 10200 Abilities Way from its current office use to a mixed-use apartment building. If the rezoning is approved, every square foot that is converted to residential use is a reduction in property taxes. Today, that entire former center campus is zoned commercial, which is assessed at 25%, generating about 1.8 million in property taxes in 2022, and that site has never been abated. Residential property is assessed at 11.5%. This is the potential loss of several hundreds of thousands of dollars in property taxes annually. We do not believe this is the highest and best use of this site at this time. We have many Class A multifamily developments being built in that part of the county and several that are under review as we speak. I have had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Goforth and let him know where we were going to be standing this evening. I think we would all agree we would prefer to see this as an office development. I know that they are looking at this as an opportunity to drive to the development and make the best financial decision that makes the best decision for them financially. I'm here to look out for the finances of the community at this point. We don't think that that's reason enough to change the zone before we really know if there is a market for this project, for this facility, and before we have a definitive development agreement and a time frame for that investment from the development team. I've not seen the pro forma, even with the additional potential for new retail tenants, to know that even if we built any new retail or filled those buildings, that we would ever replace the property taxes that we would lose as a result of this rezoning. As I mentioned to Mr. Goforth, we're open to working alongside them regardless of what the decision is you all make here tonight to identify potential clients or options for the campus, so long as it doesn't negatively impact the current tax base. If you do vote to rezone, we would ask that it is tied to the sale being finalized by this applicant and this applicant only. With that, I would ask you to deny the request.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this case? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-001. This project is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Before this evening, we received no letters of support and opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, including but not limited to following the multifamily design guidelines, I would note that there are a couple of deviations documented in your staff report. Again, all of those deviations are related to the multifamily design guidelines and how this building, which was built under the commercial design guidelines, does not meet all of those design guidelines. So staff is in support of the deviations documented in the staff report. Other things focused on included pedestrian circulation through around the site, including the addition of a trail around the detention pond. It should be noted that the intersection of 435 and State Avenue is currently going through a redesign process that will provide pedestrian pathways on State Avenue underneath the freeway, which it does not currently. So we did talk quite a bit in our staff report and with the applicant about future connections to that pedestrian network when that intersection is improved. As an example, also the open space on the site that was a required open space, again, the one that is being turned into essentially an amenity with a trail as proposed by the applicant, we're asking be dedicated in perpetuity as open space. We would also note that while this is a change of zone to C3 and a master plan amendment to mixed use, again, the applicant noted the flexibility in the site plan in the potential changes. It could, the entitlement would allow both buildings to be converted or both buildings to stay in their current use as office. C3 allows both. Any future development, you can see through this diagram, any future development on the sort of outer parcels will require a final development plan to come back before the planning commission. So you will get another bite at this apple if and when these sort of parking lots are developed as currently thought through and proposed. But as of right now, the only entitlement to start a conversion is what's before you this evening of those two existing buildings. I would have to defer to legal counsel on the gentleman in opposition if we can tie the approval to just a sale and just this applicant. I believe that is applicable, but I defer to legal counsel on that.
Go ahead, please. And then you asked my question.
Well, at this point, talking about the planning process as opposed to all of the other factors that factor into this. So short of having some expert testimony about setting some of these values, I think at this point, it's speculative as to what that might be. It's hard to say whether this shift would result in a definite increase or reduction. I think it's kind of difficult to peg that at this point. Some of the other developments that may or may not happen may result in a higher or lower valuations. And as you know, they vary from year to year. So I'm saying there's multiple variables in here that probably are beyond the planning process at this point.
What with regard to tying the change of zone to one specific developer? Is that applicable or can it be applied?
One more time.
Do you want to phrase the question better than me?
Director Planner, typically what would happen is if there is an issue that needs to be resolved, in this case, the deal closes. Typically what staff could do is hold the ordinance publication for the change of zone, which is that last statutory requirement in the change of zone for the sale of the. So we could go through the process and hold that and wait until the sale goes. That's an administrative way to sort of deal with that issue. If we wanted to add a condition, the question is, can we add a condition that approves the change of zone? If I'm understanding it correctly by the person in opposition, only after a sale, the sale is concluded with the applicant. Again, I think legally that's available. That would be legal, but I defer to legal counsel. We don't typically write conditions like that.
I would say that's problematic, but I think the discussion is just starting.
Anything else, Gunnar?
Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones?
That was my exact question based on what Mr. Kendall said in opposition. It just didn't, while we're all concerned about taxes and not getting enough, it just doesn't seem to be under our purview. It seems like that'd be something more that the Board of Commissioners would deal with. And then I couldn't hear all of what Gunnar was saying. And I just also wanted to note in the staff report, when it talks about factors to be considered, number 10, the economic impact of the proposed use on the community didn't take what he was saying into consideration. And I just thought that probably that was because it's not really in our scope, even though we're concerned.
All right, thank you.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, resign. I think the short of it is staff believes economic impact as it relates to a condition, or excuse me, as a factor to be considered, does not represent tax collections in the UG budget. On a broad, extremely broad viewpoint, you could say everything has an economic impact in that sense, but typically what we try to look at, and typically what was focused on the golden factors, which is why that factor to be considered is included, is what are the immediate effects of this. So from an land entitlement perspective, the Planning Commission should look is to look at the proposed project versus the current state of the property, which is a vacant office complex. So to Commissioner Jones's point, I think I would agree that issues around the UG's tax base are more of a Board of Commissioner political discussion than a land entitlement factor to be considered.
All right, thank you. Other questions or clarifications from the director? Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, so the rezoning would affect both of the towers, but would it affect the entire property? Or we're talking about rezoning the entire, what, 53 acres or so?
That's correct, the whole property.
So that would allow, if the idea of not renting or not using one of the towers as a commercial property, or if they did and decided they wanted to build more apartment complexes in the outlying areas, they would be able to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would, they could eventually turn the whole thing into a residential or an apartment complex if they wanted to, with the rezoning is the way they're asking, right?
That's correct. With a land use of mixed use and a zoning of C3, C3 is flexible to provide a mixed use development. And if they want to do some retail, some office, or some retail and all residential, now and in the future, that is the flexibility the applicant noted in their comments.
Yes, we fought so hard to get that project and commercial property there. I really envisioned a corporate woods type thing so we could actually get professional people and architects here that lived in Wyandotte County to give proposals. And so I just have a question about totally changing the zoning without a hard proposal that says this is what we're going to do. Everything is up to speculation, and we've got apartments out there that's not rented in the Delaware area, and we're building new ones, and we just approved the other apartments at 118th Street, and now out of speculation, we want to rezone a highly commercial property to another apartment complex, possibly. I don't know.
Commissioner Alts?
Gunnar, can you tell us if any incentives were given to this project when it was first built? And are those done over?
Director of Planning and Design. Generally speaking, I think the answer is yes. There was a news story about a year ago when Cerner said they were never going to reoccupy these. They had some incentives with the state. So it impacted state. It never impacted, that clawback never impacted local coffers, as I understand it. But as of right now, I believe there's an inquiry about a development agreement, but I don't think there's a development agreement currently proposed for standing committee at this time.
But
So-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, they're not asking yet for incentives for this renovation.
As I understand it, no.
And that would be outside the purview of this group to be considered anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Anything else, Commissioner? Commissioner Jones.
I just want to say, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but post-COVID world, renting office space these days of that magnitude is quite the challenge. In my world, we got that all the time. So I don't know that for the purposes of what we're doing, I mean, he makes a very, very valid point, and I'm just suggesting that we do what's within our purview and then leave the other part to the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Anything else? If not, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any discussion?
Point of
Mr.
clarification,
Mr.
Chair.
Chairman. Oh,
Again, I think we have to accept the deviation
well,
in the motion. Or deny it. so choose.
I'm sorry, what?
Or deny it as the planning commission so chooses.
The deviation, I'm sorry.
If you look at condition, I believe it's condition number 1. Yes. So again, just typically per protocol, the motion makes the statement on whether to accept or deny any deviation. Staff recommends accepting again because we have an existing built product that if once converted with some potential grant for retail and apartments and or offices above would not meet those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So what are you wanting? I'm sorry.
I think staff would request that the motion and second be amended to accept all deviations from the multifamily design guidelines.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Ernst, are that okay? Is that okay
That
with
is
you?
okay to, yes.
Take it to the motion in a second.
Yes.
All right, it is. Janet, did you have a question or comment, or was that it?
no, I have a clarification. I would like to have this motion be specifically on the master plan amendment MPL 2023
Thank you.
-001.
Yes, the first motion would be on the master plan amendment. Commissioner Jones is,
Yes, my apologies on that. With the discussion, I failed to mention that.
all right, thank you. Commissioner Ernst, again, is that okay with you? This
Yes,
is for
sir.
the master plan amendment. All right, and to include the deviations. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
Conley,
Aye.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment, including the requested deviations from the multifamily guidelines and the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion on the change of zone. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the change of zone for case number 2023-001, subject to staff stipulations and comments along with any deviations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second? Again, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application with the above stated deviations and conditions in the staff report passes 7 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. And only the change of zone goes forward, correct?
No, they both do,
Both.
sir.
All right, both of these will be heard once again on April 27th before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you.
We have 2 applications we're going to hear together. Master Plan Amendment MPL 2023-002, Michael Borquin. Master Plan Amendment from Rural Density Residential to Rural Commercial for a fireworks stand at 5910 County Line Road, and the corresponding change of zone application COZ 2023-003, change of zone from R1 Single Family District to C1 Limited Business District for a fireworks stand at 5910 County Line Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Borquin.
Michael Morgan, 5920 County Line Road.
Okay.
Try to keep this short. We already have a operating business that's been there for generations. It's existing prior to the annexation in 72. So essentially what they've changed the licensing requirements to operate a retail fireworks stand there, and we've had one for 47 years. So I'm just trying to dot the I and go ahead and get it changed to commercial. We've been paying the commercial taxes throughout. And actually, I got a variance last fall, and it was all regulated as commercial property already. So
Okay.
it's been operating as commercial property.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, please come to the podium or raise your hand. Seeing no one, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments, recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-002. As the applicant mentioned, what you have before you is a legal non-conforming property that the applicant wants to bring into total conformance. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Turner neighborhood, just off County Line Road at 59th Street. The applicant also mentioned about a year plus ago, there was a variance for the accessory structure in the R1 zone. Again, in that accessory structure is storage for the business. So essentially all the conditions of that BOZA have been carried over to this change of zone. There's nothing different or new, I would say, that the applicant hasn't already been made aware of. So a couple of site improvements. Generally speaking, we've received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. So staff does recommend approval. Again, we've talked about painting and repaving and painting the parking stalls, adding ADA spaces, and specifically adding those conditions about the storage also on the site. It's just a weird looking parcel, but that's okay. Again, it's all legal non-conforming.
All right. Questions for Director Hand, Commissioner Jones.
Hey, Gunnar, this really, I mean, since the petitioner just wants a fireworks stand, in reality, this is just going to be limited to like a June and July timeframe?
The fireworks stands specifically have limited time periods, a little couple weeks before July 4th, and I think a week or so after.
6 days.
I gotta say,
Yeah, it's
6 days.
it's a week after.
it's 6 days total, I think.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6 days. So it's all around July 4th. But again, it is also functioned in the past and would be allowed as a retail location currently, or previously it was a nursery garden store. So that would be able to continue operation now and with potential rezoning as well.
Other questions? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion on the master plan amendment first. Mr. Jones,
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for master plan amendment 2023-002, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Jones for approval. Is that a second? Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Bowler,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of Master Plan Amendment 2, subject to the conditions and the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. Now one for the change of zone, please. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for case number C0, change of zone 2023-003, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. And once again, is that a second? Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, April 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, before I call the next application, it might just be me, but I'm having difficulty picking up the people at the microphone when they're stating their name and their address.
All right. I think the last gentleman was maybe a little bit further away. We'll watch that, Janet. Thank you.
Okay. Our next application is change of zone application COZ 2023-004. Paula Westerfield Wallace. Change of zone from R1 residential Wyco district to R1 single family district for a residence and dog kennel at 12200 Donahue Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Wallace, I've got you queued up. Just need you to go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do.
Paula Westerfield Wallace at 12200 Donahue Road, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. What I would like to do is rezone our property from, like that was said previously, from an R1 single family district, Wyco, to a 1R single family district. The reason we would like to change this is because we have hunting dogs that we compete with professionally and we guide hunts with, and we have a dog kennel on the property that they go into to air instead of running around the yard. And and we use the kennel for, if we have to go to the grocery store or something, we put them in the kennel with bark collars. We would like that it was suggested that we rezone this because when we applied for the variance, because the variance required us to be 200 feet back from each property line, and our property isn't wide enough for that. So that's why we're asking to be rezoned for that issue.
Okay, anything else?
No. I don't think so.
I remember you from last month, so. Okay. We're good to go. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? I'm going to start off with Mavis Hutchings.
Yes, hi, this is Mavis Hutchings. I'm at 12141 Donahue Road. I'm actually to the west across the street. Have no issue with them having this kennel there and getting rezoned due to the fact I'm agriculture. And right now, what they've done to the property is actually beautified the property instead of actually causing any eyesore. They've spent a lot of money on that kennel. So it's very nice. Dogs are very well maintained, and I have no problem with them rezoning that if the board agrees.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hutchings. Okay, I will go to Jamie Cochran. Jamie Cochran.
Hi, so I am Paula's neighbor. My address is 12220 Donahue Road, Kansas City, Kansas 66109. And I kind of follow Mavis, and I am for it. Paula has done an amazing job on fixing that property up. They've done so many enhancements to the property. The kennel is gorgeous inside and out, and they take care of it. I know her husband is out there every day picking up dog poop and cleaning it up and making sure that they stay on top of it.
We appreciate hearing that. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Cochran.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have James Woods. James Woods. Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this case? Mr. Woods? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting, and we'll go to Director Hand and get his comments and recommendations.
Do you hear me?
Oops, I'm sorry, Mr. Woods?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I own the property right next door to her, and I have made plans to build houses next door there. And I'm concerned about the fact that I don't know what type of dog she's going to have there. But I think that building a dog kennel right there, I'm on the northeast corner there, and I have had that land rezoned 15 years or so ago for the purpose of building apartment houses there, me and my family. And a dog pound adjacent to me is going to create an odor, and it's going to also create dog noise. And she talking about having racing dogs. I don't know how that's going to work out there for me, because I've been on that property for pretty much close to 30 years. If she come in and do that, how's that going to affect my ability to come in and build houses, me and my family, and not be disturbed by having a dog kennel next door?
Okay, so you're in opposition because of the proximity to your property, correct?
Exactly.
All right, anything else?
I don't have anything against her, but I'm just looking out for me and my family.
I understand. Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else in the audience? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody new, so we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting, and we will go. I'm going to go back to Ms. Wallace. Can you just clarify again, you have hunting dogs, is that correct? And,
that is correct, yes.
And they have bark collars when you're not with them, is that correct?
That is correct. They're German short hair pointers, and they're English pointers, and all of them have been professionally trained. We travel all around the United States and compete with them, so they're very well mannered. And yes, you're correct. There's bark collars when we leave.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted clarification for the neighbors' comments.
Yep.
Okay, we'll have Director Hannah get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, excuse me, and Urban Design. Again, this case is the result of a condition of approval for a previously approved special use permit for the more than allowed dogs on a property. Again, that SUP was approved, I believe it was 2 months ago. If you recall in that meeting, there was a variance request as well under the existing R1 WICO zoning. Any building, and the existing kennel does count as a structure or building. Any building that holds animals has to be 200 feet from property line. That is an impossibility in this size property. So we worked through the resolution to deny the variance, approve the SUP, and then come back for this change of zone, which Ms. Westerfield Wallace is doing before today. Since that time, Ms. Wallace has secured a conservation plan with the Conservation District as it relates to animal waste. We've added a condition of approval related to some additional screening around the kennel, landscaping and such. And then we've also asked her for them to retroactively close their building permit. They had opened a building permit. They had yet to close that building permit, if you recall the previous discussion around the BOZA and SUP. So staff does recommend approval of those conditions.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Straws.
I move that we approve COZ 2023-004, I believe it is, according to staff stipulations.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Straws. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone 4 subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Ms. Wallace, this will be heard once again on April 27th before the Board of County Commissioners, 7 p.m. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've got 4 applications that we're going to hear together and then vote on separately. Master Plan Amendment NPL 2023-005. Master Plan Amendment from Low Density Residential to Medium Density Residential at 1013 Metropolitan Avenue, 1605 South Baltimore, and 1003 Ruby Avenue. Change of zone application COZ 2023-007. Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RM Mobile Home Park District for the Eden Village Mobile Home Park at the same address. Plat 2023-011, preliminary and final plat, Eden Village for 23 dwelling units on 2 lots. And plan review application PR 2023-011, preliminary and final plan review to construct a mobile home park at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo for the master plan amendment and change of zone, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. You're up once again.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson, and I'm with Atlas Lane Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. Again, I'm going to pass the mic off to our developer, Katrina Gerber, who should be in chambers, and she can kind of take over and give a brief description of what we're trying to do.
She does look familiar. Once again, your name and address, please.
Katrina Gerber, 8908 West 106th Street, with Three Dog Night Charities. We are proposing to take a legal non-conforming use of an existing mobile home park, rezone it to an RM from R1. We will be putting 23 smaller mobile homes on the site as part of this project. It will be dedicated to serve chronically homeless people by providing affordable housing. It will be a secured and crime and drug-free community.
Great, thank you again. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Raise your hand or come to the microphone. Okay, seeing none, go to Director Hand and get his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction with BOZA case 2023-010, which was partially approved and partially denied earlier this evening at the Board of Zoning Appeals. I will spare everybody the detailed explanation, as I think we went through it at BOZA enough for everyone, but just as a quick summary, again, this is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Argentine neighborhood, right between off Metropolitan and Ruby Avenue on South 10th Street. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand?
One quick clarification: to match the conditions of approval from BOZA, staff would ask that if a motion for approval is put forth, that it include an amendment to change condition number 5 to say 5 feet and to eliminate condition number 10.
On which one?
You can do that on the master plan amendment and it should suffice.
All right, and as stated again, please, eliminate or modify.
In order to match the BOZA case, we would modify condition number 5 to say 5 feet instead of a 10-foot wide sidewalk.
Okay.
And we would remove condition number 10 in totality.
Okay. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for the master plan amendment with the 2 changes that Director Hand just mentioned, so that we would match our BOZA approval. Come on, this one's easy compared to the first time around.
My hand is up.
I mean, really, I'll do it.
My hand
Mrs.
is up.
Jones has her hand up.
She does?
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, I missed it.
That's
There we go,
okay.
Karen. Take a
Motion
stab
to-
at it.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for Master Plan Amendment 2023-005, subject to staff stipulations and comments, with the inclusion of an amendment for condition number 5, so the sidewalk can be 5 feet versus 10 feet, and the elimination in totality of condition number 10.
Couldn't have done it better. Mr. Ernst, I'm sure you're tickled to death to make the second.
Well, actually, I just wanted to say how thankful I was for Commissioner Jones. But if Ms. Armstrong does not want to, I'll be glad to second it.
I should have called on you first, Mr. Ernst. All right, thank you. It's been moved in for approval and seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of MPL 2023-005 with the change in condition number 5 from a 10-foot sidewalk to a 5-foot sidewalk and elimination of condition number 10 passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Now I'll need one for the change of zone. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for the change of zone case number 2023-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst has the second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone 2023-007, subject to the revised conditions, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And now I'll entertain one for the plat. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for plat case number 2023-001, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
a motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat 2023-011, subject to the revised conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And lastly, I need a motion for the plan review. Commissioner Jones,
Last but not least, motion to approve the petitioner's request for plan review case number 2023-011, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion for approval again made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve PR 2023-011, subject to the revised conditions, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, and just the master plan and change of zone goes forward.
That is correct, sir.
Master plan amendment and the change of zone request will go before the Board of Commissioners on April 27th at 7 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I know this is going to be hard to believe, but I made a mistake. The plan review also goes forward.
And the plan review will go forward also. Thank you. I'm just in disbelief up here.
I know you are.
Yeah, write that down, somebody. We're still recording, I hope. Because I'm usually the wrong one.
We're going to move on to our special use permit
Oh,
applications
how quickly she
now.
wants to move on.
You know, you can be replaced.
Please, please.
Special use permit SP 2022-106, Joshua Brown with Twisted Audio Creations. Special use permit to operate a car audio installation business and host car audio meets at an existing car shop at 5235 State Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Mr. Brown?
Thank you.
Good evening, guys. My name is Joshua Brown, 5237 State Avenue. Kind of moved into what used to be a car audio shop. I used to work for them before they closed down. Just trying to continue on doing the service for what we've been doing. was a few violations that we had. I think we corrected most of them. Some of them weren't even ours. They were from one of the other businesses there, but I think I got them corrected too. Just trying to make an honest living.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, we can't hear very well on,
I'm sorry, just
That
speak a little bit close to the mic and just real quick synopsis. You
Uh,
want to continue to do what you were doing before
Yes,
and make an honest living.
yes, sir.
And you corrected the code violations, which some of them maybe were previous ownership. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Anything else you want to add in the microphone?
That'd be it.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Yeah, Commissioner Iles.
What is an audio meet?
So it's actually a stereo competition for car audio. They actually use what's called a term lab mic, which is the same thing NASA uses to actually measure how loud it is inside the vehicle.
Like who can have the loudest car?
Yes, and it's international, pretty much. Like we go against some guys in Germany at times, like they'll link us together via web, and we'll be competing against guys overseas.
Thank you.
I'll say, and I don't plan on hosting too many more of those for the fact that it's a lot of hassle with some of the competitors. So I'm maybe one a year if possible, if not any.
Okay, thank you. I was going to challenge Commissioner Iles to my minivan against her SUV or something like that. We'll save that for another day. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to director. I'm sorry, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Raise your hand or come to the mic. Seeing none, we will go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, as the applicant stated, this is for car audio installation. Just as a quick reminder, any installation of auto parts requires an SUP. So it's not just auto repair. Even installation of audio requires special use permit as per the code. So just a quick clarification for everyone's edification there. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown section or neighborhood. We've received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation on the property as noted by the applicant, which have been cleaned up. I will note that the original request was for audio installation and live events, but since the applicant removed live events, they are still entitled by the code to have up to 4 events per calendar year. So everything that was described by the applicant just then fits within the code accordingly. Technically, they have to follow the noise ordinance, but I'll just say that on the record. And then staff recommends approval for 1 year. We had them do a couple of small things as it relates to connectivity to the front door of the building, which the applicant has done. With that, take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City, Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2022-106, subject to all staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Ernst, second Commissioner Armstrong.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-106 for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, April 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2022-121. Latin Quarters Incorporated, renewal of a special use permit SP 2021-029, which expired November 4th, 2022, for a restaurant and drinking establishment with live entertainment at 508 Kansas Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Israel Mendez, 508 Kansas Avenue.
Okay. And you're representing Latin Quarters?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, please. Tell us what you'd like to do.
We're going to open up a Mexican restaurant and we're going to have live entertainment.
Okay, and have you been operating at this location before?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and sounds like you've had some previous issues with the property that haven't been rectified,
No, we've corrected everything.
but you haven't over the last 2 years, you've done it in the last 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How come it took so long for you to do 2 years worth of work in the last 2 weeks?
Cancellation of your entertainment license.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Connolly, do you have anything for this applicant?
I do, and I knew you was gonna ask me that.
I don't want to rob you of your thunder, sir.
All right, sir, do you know that it expired in November the 4th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And so why, is there a reason why you didn't renew it?
I missed the letters that we had to send out to the community. It was my first time doing it on my own. The lady that used to help me, Pearl King, she's retired. So this is my first time doing it on my own.
Okay, so you know what? All right, so when it expires, you should renew it in a timely manner, or if you come up and I'm here again, we might not approve it, okay? So you need to make sure that you know the date that this needs to be renewed. Is that, you understand that? And would you continue to operate after 11/4/2022?
We have not.
Go ahead. He just wants to know, did you continue to operate after your permit expired?
No, we didn't, but we've maintained contact with planning and zoning, and they allowed us to operate, but we have not, because we're cleaning and beautifying the place a lot more.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Jones.
I don't have a question for the applicant, but with the discussion about the dates, our agenda says that it expired on one date, 11/4/22, but the staff report says it expired on September the 30th. So just want to have that
consistency,
even though it's a different number too.
Yeah, we maintain contact with planning and zoning, and we were allowed to operate, but we have not because we're fixing the place. I'm gonna make a landmark in Wyandotte County because I want to be the last place of the Forbes Taco Trail.
Oh, okay. Well, if you don't get that business cleaned up, you might be the last one, period.
Hey, I've started this before the legends. I'm still not giving up. I'm gonna make that landmark in Armadale.
All right, I like your enthusiasm. Commissioner Jones, we will get a clarification on the inconsistency on the agenda versus the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, come to the mic or raise your hand online. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is an SUP for drinking establishment with live entertainment. This is in the Armourdale area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There's a couple of police calls, but I wouldn't say anything too outrageous or numerous as it relates to this type of use in the last year. There were like 4 or 5, 2021, there was like 2 calls that we saw recorded in 2022, not too dissimilar. Again, the last SUP was only approved for last year, so that would have been kind of end of 2021, beginning of 2022. I just texted the planner, and as a point of clarification, it should be September 30th, 2022 was the end date.
Okay, so the staff report is correct. The agenda is off.
That's
No,
right.
that is not correct, Mr. Chair. The application was approved on September 30th, 2021, but as we all know, they don't go into effect until they're published in the newspaper. It was published in the newspaper on November 4th, 2021, expired November 4th, 2022.
So we can correct that typo. I apologize for the confusion.
It's called redemption.
There you go. Staff does recommend approval. We set the approval for 6 months, which would mean the applicant would have to come back basically in 3 months if the Board of Commissioners, if the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners approved the special use permit. I think staff felt it was appropriate to keep it at 6 months based on the case history and working with the applicant without their previous assistance, just to kind of keep them in order, get things going through 6 months. And if that time we would feel more comfortable coming back with the regular sort of standard sort of approval periods for a special use permit.
Okay, so the recommendation is for a 6-month approval.
Correct.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Janet, your hand is up. Was that from before, or do you have something else?
No, I'm sorry, that was before.
Okay, I thought you might need to put him back in his place again. Okay.
No, I took care of that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, any further questions for Director Hand?
Question.
Commissioner Beth?
So was he actually told he could operate after his special use permit expired?
I believe what he's referring to is if you apply for a renewal under a special use permit, staff allows the use to continue until that special use permit renewal is decided on by the governing bodies. So yes.
But that has to move forward relatively quickly. It couldn't drag it out or anything like that, right? Just for clarification.
As clarification, yes. What we would typically do if they were dragging it out is we would then move this special use permit forward, recommending denial, which would require them to wait a year to come back for it. So that's typically what we do. I think we did that. The applicant got in gear and, as they described, addressed all the conditions of approval of their previous SUP, and that's why we were felt comfortable to move forward with just 6 months.
All right, thank you. Other questions for Director Hand? We've got one more. Commissioner Jones?
I just want to be sure we're planning to consistently apply the 6-month approval recommendation if we find in the future that there are concerns similar to those of this applicant.
Understood.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, you good? Commissioner Jones?
I'm sorry, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if no more questions for the director, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Ernst?
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 202-22-121, subject to all staff stipulations and a 6 months.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Ernst. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-121 for 6 months and the conditions in the staff report passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on April 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Our next special
Good
use
luck.
Our next special use permit is SP 2023-002, Singular Wireless PCS LLC. Special use permit to install a monopole cell antenna to optimize cellular coverage in the immediate area at 1964 North 63rd Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Steve Ward, 15 Park Place, Swansea, Illinois, 62226. I'm here tonight representing AT&T in this application for a new communication facility to be located at the rear of the Parallel Plaza Shopping Center. The one change that we have is that the original application was for a 105-foot tower. That has been changed to a 115-foot tower. What's been proposed is a monopine. It's a stealth, what we would call a stealth type of pole to disguise the antennas. Staff and the code requires that the antennas be placed tight to the tower, no matter what the stealthing material is. So in order for us to accommodate our 6 antennas, we need 2 elevations on that tower. So we need to increase it by 10 feet.
Okay.
I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, raise your hand or come to the microphone. Seeing no one, we will go to Director Hand.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a wireless telecommunication facility, special use permit. This is in the city. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown neighborhood. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition, no notices of violation. Planning Commission might recall that there was a special use permit at this same strip commercial center for an event space. This would be behind that building, kind of in the back corner here. So you wouldn't see in the materials, but you certainly would see the monopole out within it. I would note that the extension from 100, and I believe you said 5 to 115 is still well within the height allowed for stealth monopoles at this location. So that doesn't change anything. Staff recommends approval for the full 10 years. Any future co-locations would also have to have those same stealth antennas.
And I'm sorry, I'm going back to the staff report. Was the original request for the 115 feet? Is your recommendation for approval for 115?
The height is irrelevant.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Jones.
Sorry, I thought I was talking, went off mute. Motion to approve the petitioner's request for special use permit, case number 2023-002, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Commissioner Armstrong, is that you?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 10 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Be heard once again, April 27th, for the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-005, the Campground LLC. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 1639 Southwest Boulevard. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, the notices to property owners, and the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Cecil, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead. Once again, need your name and address and tell us what you're doing.
All right, thank you, sir, and appreciate the correct pronunciation again. So my name is Christopher Cecil, and we are proposing a change of use to drinking establishment at the address of 1639 Southwest Boulevard, currently in undeveloped structure, which is currently being built. My wife and I have owned and operated a community-driven cocktail bar and restaurant in Kansas City, Missouri, the Stockyards District, about 8 minutes due east from our proposed location for the last 5 years, and in good standing with the county of Jackson County. And we are proposing an approximately 30-seat unobtrusive neighborhood cocktail bar at that corner, just adjacent to Foxtrot Studio in Rosedale.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? In favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come to the mic. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case was heard in conjunction with Board of Zoning Appeals 2023-007, which was approved earlier this evening by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Again, this is an SUP for a drinking establishment. This is in a citywide comprehensive plan area in the Rosedale neighborhood. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. Again, there were some vacancy notice violations related to the vacant structure that's being rehabilitated as part of this proposed project. Staff recommends approval for 2 years.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for case number 2023-005, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones and seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2023-5 for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on April 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next special use permit is SP 2023-006. Adam Reynolds, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4443 Eaton Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I did receive a letter today in opposition, and if this person is not present at the meeting and speaks, then I will read it into the record.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Reynolds, are you in the audience? Mr. Reynolds, go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Adam Reynolds, 4990 Thill Street, Ventura, California, 93003.
Tell us what you'd like to do here.
Pretty straightforward. Just want to request special use permit to operate subject property as a short-term rental.
Okay, and I'm assuming by your address that you don't live near the property, correct, or on site?
That's correct. Yes, we do have local, we plan to implement local management.
Okay, you plan to implement local management?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Raise your hand or come to the mic. I'm not seeing anyone, Janet, so do you have that letter you want to read?
Okay. The letter is from Corey Stites, who lives at 4310 Eaton Street. I am writing today to express my concerns regarding the application for a special use permit at 4443 Eaton Street. I am a resident of the Spring Valley neighborhood, residing in 4310 Eaton Street, just down the block from the rental. Spring Valley contains approximately 300 residences. A simple search of Airbnb.com reveals some 20 properties already listed in Spring Valley neighborhood, and she's attached the screenshot from the website. I am sure not all of these rentals are licensed. Nonetheless, this represents 6.7% of homes in Spring Valley listed as Airbnbs. A few of these are listed as a room or part of a property, with the property owner living on the premises. However, most are listed as an entire home available for rent, meaning no permanent resident lives on the property. In the case of 4443 Eaton, the listing is for the entire home. Adam Reynolds, the property owner on record for 4443 Eaton Street, has a mailing address in Woodland Hills, California. 4443 Eaton Street has been operating as an unlicensed Airbnb since June of 2022. And the listing also indicates the host, Adam and Eaton, live in Ventura, California. We know that a high saturation of Airbnbs and other short-term rentals in a neighborhood has a destabilizing effect. This is well documented at this point, and there is a significant data to support this reality. The increase of short-term rentals by just 1% in a neighborhood has a measurable impact on rental rates and property values. A study conducted by the Economic Policy Institute states, while the introduction and expansion of Airbnb into cities around the world carries large potential economic benefits and cost, the cost to renters and local jurisdictions likely exceed the benefits to travelers and property owners. Furthermore, the effects are remarkably similar to gentrification contributing to displacing long-term residents. Given that this rental has no permanent resident on site and the fact that the owners live far from Kansas City, Kansas, I am opposed to granting a special use permit in this case. Having a long-term renter would still allow the property owners to generate a profit while allowing a family to have a place to live in a wonderful neighborhood. Long-term renters are valuable community members that make up the fabric of Spring Valley and all the other neighborhoods in Wyandotte County.
All right, That it, Janet?
That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this case? Okay, I'm just going to go back to Mr. Reynolds real quick. Can you address one of the statements in the letter with regard that you've been operating the Airbnb since June of 2022?
That's
Based on
correct.
that was
We
submitted.
we were not aware, based on the research that we had done, that there was a legitimate path toward permit. And once we became aware, we applied immediately.
Okay, and how were you made aware of that?
Through a business relationship.
All right, thank you.
So it's quite difficult to find this information available online, or at least was when we initially did our research. I spent hours trying to find it and couldn't find anything. So that would be a recommendation to make that a little bit easier to find moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, well, we'll now close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Han and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a new short-term rental in the Rosedale area plan. We received no letters of support before this evening that was written in, no letters of opposition prior to the final staff reports being posted. There are some notices of violation on this property. Again, all of those would be addressed by the rehab proposed for this project, or have been addressed, I should say. Staff recommends approval for a standard 1 year. This is for 7 people maximum, 3 cars off street maximum. We are asking them to repair some of the existing sidewalks and improve the driveway.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Isles?
Gunnar, do you know how long these people have owned the property?
No, I do not.
And can you tell me how many other short-term rentals there are on that block on either side of the street?
There's 2 non-permitted, one on the same block and one on the block to the east.
So was that 4?
That would be 3.
3.
That we're aware of.
Okay. Can I ask the applicant how long they've owned it?
Yep, I've removed his permission to talk, but I can get him back over here. Just 1 second. Mr. Reynolds, how long have you owned the property?
I'd have to look back for an exact closing date. We did an extensive improvement prior to listing it for short-term rental in June. So I want to say March of last year. We put about $100,000 into improving the interior and exterior of the property and then listed it.
All right, any other questions, Commissioner Isles? All right, thank you. Any other questions for Director Hand? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones. Sorry, Commissioner Jones, you're muted. That's all right.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for a special use permit 2023-006, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
No.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
No.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2023-006 for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on April 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Our next application is SP 2023-010. Daniel Castillo with Over and Under. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment with sports watch parties at 401 North 6th Street. Please include the following items as part of this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Commissioner
Yes,
Ellis.
I had some contact with the applicant.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you need to share with the commission that they would not have
No.
had?
He just mentioned that he applied for it. That was it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Castillo, are you in the audience? Okay, sir, go ahead and unmute yourself and give us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Daniel Castillo at 401 North 6th Street, Kansas City, Kansas 66101. Sorry.
And tell us what you'd like to do.
So I'll be shifting the concept from Manor Records, a record store and bar, to a sports bar.
So you have an existing operation?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Had any issues or anything like that during your ownership or running it?
No, other than it not doing well. That's about it.
Okay. Hence the change, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Raise your hand or come to the mic. Seeing no one, we'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, this is an SUP for a new bar concept. While the applicant was I believe, part of the old business, the change in ownership is what's really triggering the special use permit. So they changed the model, they changed the ownership. That triggers a new SUP requirement. So essentially what staff did was just take all of our existing conditions of approval from the old one and apply them to this one. We didn't see a significant change in the type of use specifically. As it relates to the SUP before you, however, this again is in the central area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There's a lot of old notices of violation from when this property was vacant, but those were all predating the rehabilitation of the property a few years ago and prior to both of these SUPs. Staff recommends approval for 2 years.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City, Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2023-010, subject to all staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Ernst and seconded by Commissioner Jones, correct? Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 10 for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on April 27th, 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
We'll now move on to our vacation application. VAC 2022-003, Luke Cush Corporation. Vacation of right-of-way easement at 1327 State Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notices to property owners, the publication in the Echo, and the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Cush. I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address one more time, and just tell us why you need the vacation of the right of way.
Tracy Cush with Luke Cush Corporation, 1401 Minnesota Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. We're applying for a vacation to an existing parking car lot that, since we've owned the property, was fenced in the way it is existing, and the cars were exactly the way they are, except for they weren't a pig like our tenant, and they actually used the lined areas. We're asking to vacate that so we can keep it existing. We did have it surveyed per your request. The surveyor could not give me the documentation, but in the 1846 or 1856, it was our property. At some point between now and then, it was taken as a public right of way. And we just want to get that back so we can keep it existing as it is. And with the variances, keeping, I guess, everything the way it is, except for that triangle area and a new fencing. I do have a question. Is there any way we can do something with the landscaping on the inside? Because we had discussed this with Michael before, and again, I gave this to my architect, and I told him we weren't doing the landscaping because that's what I was told, and so that was probably why that was missed.
Well, the only thing we can talk about at this right now
Yeah.
is the vacation of the easement, but if you want to
Well,
go
that-
ahead and give the staff a call tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We can
Because
work
that's
out.
part of the stipulations in here on both of them is the trees and all that. So, okay,
All right, we'll go to
And I-
Director Hand. We'll get his comments. We'll see if we can get an answer for you.
perfect.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come to the microphone. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with BOZA 2022-065, which was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening. This is to vacate an existing right-of-way. As you can see, the block directly to the west and the immediate parcel directly to the east have not vacated this public right-of-way. On the west side of North 14th, you can see on the north side of the street, the right-of-way has not been vacated, has not been set back, but it does east of 14th Street. So again, after reviewing with the county engineer, they didn't see any problems, as we do not anticipate any future roadway expansions of State Avenue. Probably ever. Moving forward. This is in the downtown area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. Again, there are quite a few notices of violation, as we mentioned in the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier today. Staff recommends approval of vacation, and I will speak with Ms. Cush tomorrow morning about what our expectations are for landscaping of the site.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve vacation, case number 2022-003, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones and seconded by Commissioner Ernst, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this vacation application, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And this is not heard again, correct, Janet?
It is, sir.
It is. Thank you.
It is heard again.
Yeah, okay, it will be heard again on April 27th at 7 PM before the Board of County Commissioners.
It's going to take us to our subdivision applications. First one is plat 2023-006, Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting. Preliminary and final plat, Canaan Lake West Estates, to split the lot at 12602 Hollingsworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
Yes, I not specific to this case, but to this piece of property and the previous case we heard last month. Just neighborhood opposition.
Okay, and I would remind the commission that this application was held over from last month's meeting.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Thompson, you are once again up. You should
Can
be
you
ready
guys
to go, Mr. Thompson.
There we go. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson. I'm with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. Just as Ms. Parker stated, this was held over from last month as we were denied the BOZA appeal for a 3-to-1 width to depth ratio. So during this time, we worked with staff to recreate the dividing line to make sure that both lots now meet that 3-to-1 width to depth ratio. So again, all they're looking to do is split the property into two, creating two new parcels, one about 24 acres, the other one about 29. One other thing that is different compared to the last month's submittal is we did change the name. I don't know if that's a big deal on the back end, just because that one neighbor who complained about the name. So we updated the title of the plat. Again, we can change it back if we need to. But yeah, we're simply looking to split a larger piece into two.
All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor? Anyone want to speak against? Please come to the microphone. Go ahead, sir, your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Gary Weethorn. I live at 5030 North 130th Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I also serve as president of the Homeowners Association for the Acres of Freeman Farms. To date, that represents 97 homeowners. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, and the reason we would strongly oppose, if the amenity trigger for 100 rooftops does not remain attached to all the 117 acres recently sold by Earl Freeman, i.e. the construction road going north to Pulford, this 53 acres, the acres north of Piper Lakes and east of the large lake, and of course, the unbuilt lots off in the north phase of Freeman Farms. Even if the 29 acres is sold to Reggie King, is what we hear, and moved into Piper Lakes, we feel like all of these parcels should remain part of the amenity trigger. The original promise, just as a reminder, if you go back, included a pool, horse stables, horse trails, walking trails, all at no cost to the homeowners. When time does come for any replatting submission, which is suggested in the language up there, and assuming it continues to be low density, large lots as shown in Earl Freeman's master plan, we would request to have a say and input as to what amenities are to be built and where. Based on the last monkey survey I conducted within the subdivision, Majority of the homeowners actually might desire a nice clubhouse with a bathroom. For events like Women's Book Club, these are all monthly events, HOA board meetings, ice cream socials, progressive dinners, birthday parties, etc., all of which now must take place in a private residence. Also, we would request input on tying all these stubs that were shown last time, where and how, as to some of them may be able to be converted to cul-de-sacs and eliminate or minimize the impact to roads going behind specific homeowners' residences.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Anyone want to be registered as opposed? Just raise your hands. Okay, let the record show we have 4 additional people in the audience that have raised their hands in opposition. We'll make note of it. Thank you. I know some of you, so I know you're not all hooked up together, so yeah, thank you. Okay, so any other comments for or against, please raise your hand or come forward. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public portion meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments about this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, as has been previously mentioned, this case was carried over from last month where we heard additional testimony, 1 in support and lots in opposition. As the applicant noted, as the Board of Zoning Appeals variance was denied last month, they've come back with a new plat not needing the variance. So we're ready to, the project is ready for consideration. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. I've noted folks in support, but mostly in opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff does recommend approval, but considering the testimony tonight and last month, we would be agreeable to a motion that added a condition that reaffirmed that this property is within the original change of zone, which is beholden to the original amenity trigger. It is already, so this would be a restating of existing conditions, but considering the confusion, considering the concern from the public, having that type of affirmation of condition of approval would be recommended by staff.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? God, I just want to clarify, since the property is split up in 24 and 29, if they're sold to different developers, does that have any bearing on the trigger or anything like that if we attach it to both or attach to the entire parcel?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design.
I mean, if somebody buys the 29 to the, to the east, and nobody buys the one next to Freeman Farms and start developing that, will that hit the trigger?
Regardless of what subdivision, future subdivisions land in for this property has a land entitlement with the change of zone that has conditions of approval requiring the amenity trigger. So if you call it Cannon Lake in the future and Freeman Farms, whatever in the future, it's irrelevant. I think we will address stubs, cul-de-sacs, the general design at a future subdivision if it were to come in. But as of right now, this approval basically takes 1 parcel, turns it into 2. So I don't know if this is best or worst case scenario. So one scenario is they come back for future subdivision into a single family subdivision. Another scenario, these are 2 parcels that could have 2 single family homes that would count to that amenity trigger, just like any other subdivision and future development thereunder.
All right, thank you.
Thereon.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand or any clarifications? Commissioner Beth?
So that will, that triggers the amenities by keeping them both together so they can't separate one and say, well, we're not part of that anymore. Is that correct? Just to be clear.
To be clear, regardless of what happens tonight, this property is beholden and subject to that original change of zone conditions of approval. What direction they go in the future, they'll still be subject to all those conditions of approval from the regional change of zone. I think how it gets designed is the real issue moving forward for staff's perspective based on what does or doesn't connect between the 2, what is or isn't a cul-de-sac, and how some of these stubs, as per the subdivision ordinance for the unified government, are connected. So you have these 2 stubs, for instance, right here and here. A future subdivision, we would want to see those connected in here.
So
If
that's
the
a
two subject-
conversation for a future date.
Those are all
So
conversations.
right
for a
now, we're
future
just
day.
talking about the lot split and the trigger.
That would
Correct.
protect the amenities and stuff, that, right? But what about, the other question I have is what about the HOA protection? What if the eastern portion said, well, we're leaving this HOA and going to another one? Is there anything that requires them to stay within that
So
HOA?
the management of common lots is subject to those HOAs, and that's their business, and the plats
That's
underneath
what I
them
mean.
would.
If the eastern section said we're no longer part of Freeman Farms, but we're going to be Canaan Lakes, can they
I mean,
like-
that is, again, they could.
It could be something completely
It
different.
could be something completely different.
detach
We
them?
wouldn't
That's what I
really
mean,
care,
detach
but
themselves?
the meets and bounds of this property are beholden to the original change of zone and the amenity trigger. I don't care what happens to this in the future. It all counts towards the amenity trigger.
And anything else comes back for discussion as far as entities and, I mean, not amenities, but cul-de-sacs and stubs and everything else. It just, what we're here tonight is the split and the trigger.
Correct.
Yes,
I think, did I hear? you
Mr.
say-
Conway, excuse me.
Jeff Conway, legal. Mr. Hand, did you say that you need to add some language that reaffirms that the amenity triggers are in place?
That would be staff's recommendation, yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve case number plat number 2023-006, subject to staff stipulations and comments, noting the continued beholden condition of approval for the amenity trigger and the original change of zone and the conditions of approval.
A motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones for approval with the added stipulation that the change of zone entitlements continue on with this property. Correct, which would involve an amenity trigger. That's what's in there. That's what we're putting in there. Okay, so is there a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes.
All right. And just for the record, Janet, and for the audience, would you please restate the motion?
Sure. The motion is to approve this plat, subject to the conditions in the staff report, with an added condition that the original stipulation that went with the change of zone application concerning the trigger of 100 homes kicks in the amenities. Goes along with this application.
The original land entitlements, including the amenity trigger, follows with this property. Okay,
Well, that's what I said.
yep, all right, we got it. We know what we're doing. I know it hasn't always looked like that tonight, but this one, we know what we're doing. Okay, any discussion on that motion for approval with the added stipulation? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat, subject to the revised conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Janet, will this be heard again?
No, sir, it will not.
Will not. So this is it. Thank you all.
Correct.
Thanks for your patience too.
We have 2 applications that we're going to hear together that were also held over from last month. Plat application 2023-007, Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting. Final plat, Villas of Piper Valley to add restrictions at 11465 Webster Avenue, and plan review application PR 2023-037, Daryl Rakowski, preliminary and final plan review to construct 62 single-family homes. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Yes. I've been contacted by a couple of realtors who either had customers who purchased or are in the process of purchasing homes in the subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Thompson, you are back on.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson, and I'm with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. And I'm actually going to pass the microphone to Jason Rakowski. I believe he's in on Zoom here. Jason, if you want to raise your hand, Mr. Chairman can unmute you, and he's going to kind of explain everything.
All right, thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please. Give us your name and
Perfect.
address, please.
Jason Rakowski. My address is 9023 Barstow Street in Lenexa. Thank you guys for your time. As you guys had mentioned, we're a holdover from last month. So we are a 61 a single family home subdivision plus a clubhouse for the 62. We currently have homes 1,640 square feet and above. And we deem ourselves as age targeted. So while we're not under any restrictions, all of our homes and the low maintenance lifestyle and the amenities are geared towards an older buyer. And so for that reason, we're looking to become truly age restricted. What we're looking to do is have 20% of the homes in our community, so about 12 in total, be below the 1,600 square foot threshold. I know I wasn't here last month, but I believe there was some discussion about that opening the ability to build more homes under that size, but we're looking to only build 20% of the whole community below that square footage threshold. With our smallest floor plan actually being 1418. So a good amount bigger than what the 1,200 minimum is. So yeah, that's what we're looking to do.
Okay, questions for the applicant? I guess I've got a couple. So you mentioned the 1,200 minimum. Where did you come up with the 1,200 minimum?
I believe that, I could be wrong, but I thought that was the minimum for if you are age restricted.
That's, yeah, okay, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. And
Yeah,
the plan
sorry.
that you're talking about, the other plan that you're talking about building is 1,418.
Yeah, that's the smallest that we're looking to build currently.
And why are
Just
you
in
wanting to
general.
lower the threshold for the square footage?
Just from a cost perspective or cost standpoint, as everyone here and anywhere knows that materials and labor and everything has sizably increased since we started this process, so about 2 years ago. And so there's been a number of people who have consistently mentioned wanting to move to a community of our style, or of our size and with our amenities, so geared towards an older buyer that can't afford it. And so just trying to open it up. So we currently start at $399. We're looking to have our cheapest home starting in the $350 to $360 range. Or I should say our smallest home as well as our cheapest home in that 350 to 360 range. So not a huge difference from where we're at, but just hoping that can help a few more people, purchase a home at this stage of life that they want to be in, as opposed to not being able to afford it.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Okay, we will close the public portion meeting. We'll go to Director Han and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, excuse me, and Urban Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Plan Review 2022-037. It was held over, as mentioned earlier, from last month to provide additional information to staff. As the applicant noted, the updates were that they weren't going to do more than 20% at the smaller square foot model size. They added a new model type to the plan review list. And then they clarified that two of their existing model types or units, standard units, could be adjusted to go below the current minimum threshold if need be. This is again in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. To date, we received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation. Staff does recommend approval. If the Planning Commission so chooses, they could add conditions by motion to address that 1418 square foot minimum as stated by the applicant, or you could add a condition about the 20% total condition. That is what is stated today. Those are not conditions of approval. So as of right now, they are not beholden to their statements today.
Questions for Director Hand? And I guess that would be my question and my concern. I continue to have issues with this one because there were people that purchased their homes and there are homes under construction that did not get this opportunity. And now we're going to lower the threshold for entering the neighborhood that they just built new homes in that they were not allowed to do. So I have a real problem with this one. I know I've referred to it as the bait and switch, but and I understand what costs are doing and things like that, but that courtesy was not afforded to the people that already bought in there before. So I continue to have problems with this in lowering the threshold to go into a brand new neighborhood where people already bought homes and were not given that ability to do so. So, there's profit margins that can be worked on. They're the ones that created the animal. They're the ones that created the restrictions, and they're the ones that created the floor plans and set the restrictions. And I just, and in talking with realtors today, they both expressed concern, and their customers were not happy with the fact that if we were to pass this, would have homes that they're going to be built that are going to be smaller than the ones that they were required to build. So.
Just one point of clarification for the plat, since there is the vast majority of the remaining plat is still the developer, but there are still those now additional property owners. A plat can only move forward if every property owner signs it. So if those folks that you did speak with, Commissioner Carson, had an issue, they don't sign the plat doesn't go through.
Okay. Mr. Krosky, you got your hand up. I'm going to go ahead and go out of order. So I want to make sure you understand I'm going out of order by calling on you again. Is there something that you wanted to address?
Yeah, sorry, and I appreciate that. Totally hear your concern. One thing I would point to is when we started the community, we actually, rather than raising home prices on people under contract, we actually kept them at the price prior to increasing. So we actually have two homes, our first two homes built in this community were actually both, one absolutely was built for cheaper than our starting price that we're going to be in, even though it's larger. The second one will fall, would be falling a little bit more, but very close to where our starting price is going to be for these smaller homes. Everyone else will be higher. But I did want to point out that we actually currently have one home that is cheaper, that was already been sold than any home that's going to be built moving forward.
You did have a
hopefully that-
neighborhood meeting, correct?
Yes, no one came.
You held that on Halloween night too, correct?
Yeah,
Is there a reason you held it on Halloween night in an age restricted community, or people that are over 55 that are probably going to be out with grandkids and things like that? I mean, that to me is not what I would call a great effort to try to get people to come in to host it on a holiday evening when people are traditionally out.
yeah, honestly, it was a timing thing. Realized that was our last date to hold it. So me as
Was there an
someone who has
effort
a
to reach
2-year-old,
out to the neighborhood after that to clarify anything?
no one reached out to us. We have open hours 4 days a week that we're there we're there 4 hours a day for 4 hours a week. So had no one reach out or ask for any other clarifications or information after that meeting either. They all have a direct line to me, as well as the other people on the or direct communication daily. If they want to, we're there every day and have set hours. So, but no one reached out to us either.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Director Hand? Go ahead.
Just to clarify, I think Director Hand at some point said that the applicant might propose to go below the minimum threshold. Was that the 1418 or the 1300?
I think he said that they could, because if the 55 and over restriction is met, then that drops to 1200. So they could go as low as 1200.
Could go as low as 1,200. I believe the confusion, or if I misspoke, I apologize. I think the point I was trying to make is the existing 2 model units they gave, because Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan requires you to give 3 examples of housing types. You're going to 3 different housing types. So 2 of those, we asked for a third with this smaller square footprint. The other 2, it was clarified by the applicant that you could basically pull rooms out of it. And that, although it says it's more than 1,400 square feet, it could go lower than 1,400 square feet. So I think those 2 existing models could be worked with to get to a unit size that's smaller. I think earlier I had noted, if you so choose to want to solidify the maximum amount of less than, I think it's 1,600 square feet, 1,400 square feet, sorry, 1,400 square feet, less than 1,400 square feet, you could limit that to the 20% that the applicant noted as an additional condition of approval. I think the wrong approach would be to limit the size of the square foot, because the action does that. And square feet, I would recommend you give them the wiggle room to make those design decisions. But if you wanted to limit the number in totality of units in the whole subdivision that could be less than, the applicant has said that they're shooting for 20.
You could hold them to that.
I think you could hold them to that if you added that condition tonight, yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Iles.
Gunnar, I had a question on the staff report on page 16. There's a letter from the Geospatial Services signed by, well, it came from Ringel, sorry. Says they find the plat is presently unacceptable for posting. Is that something that is in our purview to discuss?
No, those are, sorry, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. You can discuss them. That just means they have, before they record the plat, they go through administrative checks. And so this either has not been addressed or will be addressed before it gets recorded. Mostly GSS only talks about like the naming of something, notes on the page. Nothing.
Well, number one, the taxes was the thing that caught my eye.
Correct. Those all have to be paid. So again, these are all things that get settled at recording.
Okay.
Or, excuse me, these get settled before they can record it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, Gunnar, could you repeat the part that you were saying about current homeowners have to sign off on something related to the plat?
Sure. For Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, any plat or reissuance of an existing plat. So any amendment to an existing plat, which is basically what we're talking about here, every property owner in that plat has to sign off for it to be executed. So if there's one property owner that does not like this, the plat will not go through because they have to sign it.
So that I
Way
would see,
that's de facto, in a way that would address, I think, Commissioner Carson's concern about those 4 existing homeowners. If they don't like it, they don't sign it, it doesn't happen. And then those extra plans that would be essentially approved in this plan review are just good information.
so that's really a solid, pretty solid then protection mechanism, because I can't imagine anybody signing if they didn't, if it was detrimental to them. And then we can add still the stipulation you were saying about, which I would recommend that be added, the threshold, the 20%, them not going over that.
So there's 2 plats. There's one for the first phase, which is 61 lots or 65 lots. The second one is for 62 lots. Right? What's phase 1? How many lots?
I think it's much smaller than that. 24 in phase 1. I think it's 62 total.
62 total.
I think there's what we're talking about is the 24.
So there's 24 and then there's additional 28 or
phase 2.
38. What is that? No, I'm sorry. Is that right? Yeah, 30, 38 and 24. For a total of 62.
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk, but I was just say yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
And I'm not seeing documentation in the staff report as it relates to the second phase, so I can't confirm, but I think that's about right.
All right. Commissioner Jones, do you have another question or was your hand still up from before? Okay, took it down.
No.
Okay, so if we were to put the restriction in that it could only be 20%, by adding the 55, does that automatically throw that 1,200 in? Or can we say 1,418, maximum 12 houses, nothing below that, regardless of 55 and over or not?
I think the planning commission can add whatever condition of approval you see fit to it. I think what staff would recommend, if you want to add an additional layer of protection for the total number of units that could be the less than currently required square footage, would be to stick with the percentage and not to mess with an actual number of square feet. That's just.
But Gunnar, when you don't mess with the square footage, and then if you're going from 16 to 12, that's a big difference. At today's 100, anywhere from 150 to 200 a square foot, you're talking about $80,000 difference in the price of a home. And that's a big difference. If my neighbor gets to buy one for $80,000 less than I had to pay for mine. That's a big difference. So it may not seem like it to a planning and zoning standpoint, but if you're living next door to it, it is a big difference. I mean, to me, if you can't do that, then I'd say no to the whole thing. And I'm trying to find a pathway forward, but I don't want the pathway forward to lead to another path, down another path.
And again, it's y'all's prerogative, I guess, from my opinion or professional recommendation. If you're going to limit it to 20%, then just limit it to 20% and let them decide what.
And go as low as you want to go,
Well,
which is
go
1,200.
Go as low as the master plan allows.
Which is
Yeah,
1,200.
Correct.
So they're not even asking for 1,200, but we're saying we're going to give you up to 1,200 if we do this.
Again, I think my only concern is if you say a specific number of square feet, it gives them zero latitude to adjust that. Because again, to get to 1418, he's pulling rooms off an existing floor plan.
But we're giving him the latitude to go to 1,418 because right now his latitude is 1,600.
I am not fighting you. I'm just giving you my opinion so that you can make the right decision.
Okay.
or the most informed decision you can.
Well, my position is, that, the 20% is fine. The 1,400 square foot threshold is fine, but nothing below that threshold. Okay, back to commission. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be the one dominating this one. Any other questions for Director Hand?
So just clarification, then we're talking about possibly, if we look at approving it, two additional stipulations that would limit the threshold of what they can reduce the number
So
of
for
homes.
clarification, the 55 and older restriction automatically lowers that threshold to 1,200. So to me, it's a backdoor down to 1,200 by having the 55. What I'm saying is we leave the 20% in and give them that flexibility of building some smaller homes, but limit that number, but don't let it fall all the way down from 1,600 down to 1,200.
So then it wouldn't make any difference if they were 55 or not. That wouldn't be a workaround, so to speak.
If it goes 55 and over, the workaround is they can go all the way down to 1,200 if they want, regardless of whether or not they only want to go down to 14, 18. If somebody else comes in and says, we really want to be in here, but we want 1,200, well, actually, we can do that. Commissioner Strauss.
Okay.
And just for my clarification, does that mean everybody in this subdivision would have to be at that 55 to get down to 1,200? And are they already underneath that purview, or are they asking for that purview?
Once the restriction goes in place, it triggers everything, correct?
So the age restriction would be for all properties. Further conditioning it based on the conversation, the request is to add conditions that in the now age restricted subdivision, you could build a minimum of 1,400 square feet for a maximum of 20% of those units.
I thought it was 1,200.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting confused, because there's two numbers we're throwing out at 55. If everybody's 55, is the number 14 or is the number 12?
At 55, the number is 1,250 technically. But the conversation has been an additional condition to keep it at a minimum of 1,400 square feet. So I'm just trying to roll with what the conversation is right now. So right now, there is no condition for anything other than a plat for 55 and older. And that would lower the minimum square feet for all remaining parcels to 1,250 with a basement or 1,400 without a basement. The conversation thus far has been that's too much, as I understand it from the Planning Commission, and the conversation has been adding two more conditions that would reflect what the applicant has said their stated intent is, which is only to build up to 20% of those parcels at less than 1,600 square feet.
But even at that, everybody would still be 55, right?
Correct.
And you're saying there now exists two thresholds, with a basement one, without a basement another. Because I didn't clarify that. I thought the square footage was a square footage, regardless of whether it was basement or no basement.
In the master plan, age restricted single family detached housing for seniors is allowed in area 1, which is what we're in, with a minimum of 1,250 square feet in a unit with a basement, or 1,400 square feet a unit without a basement. That's what we've always been working towards.
You said it twice. You said without a basement twice.
1,250 square feet in a
With
unit
a
with
basement.
a basement, or 1,400 square
without.
feet in a unit without
Okay,
a basement.
Any other discussions for Director Hand? If not, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones.
Okay, we're going with the plat first. Motion to approve the petitioner's request for plat case number 2023-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments, with the additional stipulation that the petitioner can build no more than 20% of the homes with below 1,600 square feet.
So all the way down to 1250.
Correct.
Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Motion is made to approve the plat with the added restriction that 20% of the homes cannot be built. Only 20% of the homes can be built less than 1,600 square feet, all the way
No
down.
more than 20% of the homes.
No more than 20%.
Correct.
And it's been seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Discussion? And just a clarification, everybody that lives out there has to sign off on this. One person says no,
Yes.
it's over. All right.
Correct. And we want that protection mechanism in there for the homeowners to be fair for their in protection of their property value.
Yeah, that is a state statute.
All right, thank you. Discussion. Roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley,
Connolly may not be on. Yeah, it's after 10, he's gone.
He's off.
Isle,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat with the conditions in the staff report and the added condition that no more than 20% of the homes can be below 1,600 square feet passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
All right, and now I'll need one for the, sorry, which one?
Plan review
Plan review.
37.
Yes, Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request for plan review case number 2022-037, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Does that need to have the additional requirements as well, Gunner, to
Yes.
match up? Commissioner Jones, would that have the additional requirements set forth in the first motion? You're muted, but I'm assuming that you're nodding. your-
Yes.
All right, Janet, do you have that?
I do, yes, sir.
Commissioner Armstrong, is that a second?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of PR 2022-037, subject to the same conditions as the plat, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
And neither of these will be heard again, correct, Janet, or will?
The plat will go because I'm not the plat, I'm sorry, the plan review.
Plan review will be heard once again on April 27th at 7 PM for the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, that takes us to our next application, which is plat 2023-010, Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting. Preliminary and final plat, Mossberg addition to consolidate multiple lots, parcels, and vacation of the alleyway at 236 and 238 North 7th Street, Traffic Way, and 730 Northrop Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated April 10, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson, and I'm with Atlas Lane Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. And what our client is looking to do is they own a commercial building at 236 North 7th Traffic Way. And then the parcel that is labeled 238 North 7th Traffic Way is a separated parking lot that is used for their commercial building. And basically what they're looking to do is just turn all of their parcels into one property. And they're looking to vacate some alley and some what would be Northrop Avenue, which is actually holding some parking for them as well. They're looking to vacate all that and combine everything into just having one little less than 2 acre parcel.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is anyone in the audience online want to speak to this case? In favor or in opposition, raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, as the applicant noted, this plat is to consolidate some existing right-of-way and the 2 parcels into a single parcel for a single business complex. This is in the central area plan. We received no, no letters in support, no letters in opposition. And there are some older notices of violation on the property. Again, irrelevant to this case. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve plat case number 2023-010, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst? Thank you.
Yes.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve plat 10, subject to the conditions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Will this be heard?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our agenda with the exception that we have a short-term rental proposal to be heard by Mr. Michael Farley, correct? All right, Mr.
Correct.
Farley, you are on.
Correct. All right, Chairman Carson, thank you so much. And thank you to the rest of the City Planning Commission for hearing my presentation once again. This might be the earliest that I'm giving the presentation, so happy for that. I'm going to go through and talk about the entirety of the short-term rental ordinance that we've been doing today. So we can jump ahead to the next slide here. Excellent. So I can talk about short-term rentals, as we define it within the unified government, are rentals or the leasing of a house or property for less than 30 days. So we normally see this as occurring with third-party platforms such as Airbnb or HomeAway, VRBO, all those types. But this is a type of commercial use that has existed within the county, within urban areas as a whole, throughout history. Sometimes they're known as boarding houses, or you're renting a spare bedroom, or an uptown duplex that someone's living in and renting out for people passing through month to month. That's all within what we would consider today a short-term rental. Within Wyandotte County itself, we've really seen a rise, as I mentioned, with the rise of these third-party platforms that made it easier for the average homeowner to take their property and lease it out while they were on vacation, or to buy a second property and use that full time for visitors coming to Kansas City over over the weekends, or for a traveling nurse at UMKC or KUMC for a month, for 4 weeks or something like that. That's all within a short-term rental use. In the last couple years, though, as I'm sure everyone's aware, we really have seen greater usage of these short-term rentals. And so starting in 2017, 2018, that's when the unified government imposed an amnesty period to allow short-term rental owners to apply with the planning department, with the UG, and apply for special use permits in order to better regulate the use of these rentals and strike that balance between the use of the property owner and the effects that they could have on the neighborhood and their next door neighbors. In 2019, we started using tools such as host compliance in order to better track the growth of short-term rentals within the county. Because as I said before, this is it's a very hard to track use. You have private homeowners that are going online and linking up or putting out advertisements with people that could be halfway across the world. They come, there's no storefront, they're just going right to the home, living there, very innocuous, and it's very hard to track if we don't have the right tools in place. Again, that's why using tools such as both host compliance, but then administrative tools such as a special use permit are so important. And then over the last couple of years, these have developed more and more as we've seen more special use permits for short-term rentals come in. We've been able to develop and streamline the process in several ways, including creating a special subcategory special use permit application for these short-term rentals. And this all led to a study in how to improve our short-term rental ordinance and make it more robust and more comprehensive, starting from last fall and moving through to today. And we'll be going through sort of the steps that we've seen, the steps that we've taken, and what we've seen with our outreach. We can jump to the next slide. So as I mentioned before, special use permits are the only way that a short-term rental can operate in compliance within Wyandotte County right now. We do make a distinction between owner-occupied properties and non-owner occupied properties. For owner-occupied properties where the owner is living on site, and again, he's either using part of the house or is going on vacation for 2 weeks and letting someone stay there in the meantime. These applications can be approved for up to 2 years initially, and then upon renewal, they can have a 5-year term limit for the special use permit, and then up to 10 years. As you can see on this slide, non-owner occupied properties do have to start off at a 1-year limit at most, and then can follow that 2, 5, 10 format after that when they come up for renewal. Again, all these renewals are going to be based on unique factors for that property. If there's been complaints from the neighbors, how any parking issues, how well they've kept out the property, everything like that. All the factors to be considered that we know about for special use permits in general. As I mentioned in the first slide, we use tools such as host compliance to keep track of short-term rentals within Wyandotte County. And this is a basic graph. We updated it as of April 6th, but it's always kind of been about this sort of general upwards trend over the last several years of the number of short-term rentals that are being advertised through various sites. So some of these could be outside of Kansas City, Kansas, which is technically the area that we're looking at from a planning perspective. But it gives you the idea that, as of right now, we have 168. It kind of always hovers around 168, 170, 175 for the number of suspected short-term rentals that are being advertised within the county. As of my last check, we have approximately 45 to 50 special use permits for short-term rentals on file, and about 4 of those or so are owner occupied. So again, that means there's only about 30% compliance right now with the short-term rentals. And again, that's something that we're trying to address through the creation of these more robust ordinances. Also, too, one of the other trends that we've noticed, besides the increase in number of short-term rentals being advertised online, is where these short-term rentals are located within our county. it should be no surprise to many of us that the two neighborhoods that are seeing the highest amounts of concentration are Strawberry Hill and Rosedale. But as you can see from the greater screenshot there are short-term rentals kind of spread throughout the county in general. But concentration of short-term rentals in specific neighborhoods or in any neighborhood in general is something that we want to focus on and make sure that, again, that there is that balance between the property owners, the long-term renters, as well as short-term renters, and making sure that that we don't hit any sort of tipping point that would have an adverse effect on the character of these existing neighborhoods. So for our research, looking into how to update the ordinance, we did outreach to several different groups within the unified government and neighborhood groups in general. We have presented before this commission, as well as the Unified Government Standing Committee, reaching out to various neighborhood groups, Strawberry Hill, Rosedale, the Cathedral neighborhood, doing interviews with short-term rental short-term rental owners. I mean, it's a little bit of everything to try to get feedback from the community and from different aspects of the community to get an understanding of their the benefits that they see short-term rentals, the issues, in order to create the best ordinance that we can, as well as also looking at peer cities that are already addressing this problem. A lot of them are focused in the Kansas City metro area. As you can see from this map, there's, they're pretty concentrated in the Midwest, but we really did try to pick from some of the best and most unique aspects from all across the country, municipalities that have already addressed this. So in developing these ordinance, there are 4 key considerations that we have identified. The first one, the tenancy model, as I addressed before, making sure that there is a balance between owner-occupied properties, long-term rentals, and short-term rentals. There is a place within our community for all 3 of these types of models. We need to ensure that these models stay within a balance so that short-term rentals aren't having an overbalanced or adverse effect on these neighborhoods because of the way that they can be easily bought, renovated, and made money. We want to make sure that there is a place for everyone to come enjoy our city, but also for long-term residents to be able to stay and enjoy the character of their neighborhoods. We also need to address that enforcement is an issue as well. As we said, only 30% of all identified short-term rentals currently have a special use permit. Part of that is we just need to acknowledge that there are limited resources that we as the planning department have. We have 2 zoning enforcement officers. We have to rely on these third-party vendors such as Host Compliance in order to scrape data from the internet. Again, a thing that planners wouldn't think that they'd be doing 10, 15 years ago in order to identify where these advertisements are and where these houses within the county might be in order to make sure that they're in compliance or to cite them if they are not. And also making sure that there's equitable application of that enforcement as well, that it's throughout the county and not just concentrated in certain neighborhoods. For neighborhoods themselves, we just want to make sure that neighborhoods are always in a state of change. We just want to make sure that that change is incremental in nature and not too great of a change, making sure that people can maintain opportunity to get notice and give input for the changes in their neighborhood, but also understanding that we want to provide property owners with the ability to have more and greater uses for their property, and one of those increased uses would be short-term rentals on top of home ownership and long-term rentals. And lastly, again, acknowledging economic development, it's short-term rentals as a driver of economic development in certain neighborhoods. We have seen that short-term rentals properties have been bought in, on blighted blocks and blighted neighborhoods and have been bought and maintained and rented out, and we see that revitalization is good, but we want to make sure that we are promoting local investment that will directly benefit those communities. So with all 4 of those key considerations, we can jump to the next slide there. And again, those key considerations went into part of our entire ordinance process. Again, we went from staff expertise, looking at best practices, looking at peer city models, getting that community input, putting that all together, getting a lot of feedback from our public boards here, and coming back and establishing what we call an owner occupancy preferred approach to short-term rentals that are based on both building typology and zoning districts. So you're probably asking, well, what exactly does that look like? Oh no, yeah, sorry, we are on next slide. Well, again, this involves some major changes to the current zoning code. It's updating a lot of definitions, including short-term rentals themselves. Again, these are rentals that are less than 30 days, excluding uses such as campgrounds, hospitals, nursing homes, and group homes. Creating definition for homeowners as well as actively owner-occupied properties. Again, these are properties that the property owner resides in with for 272 days a year, as well as addressing street blocks, and that's on the level in which that we would address density and limit density to the street block. As you can see in this definition, there's 3 different types. It's basically intersection to intersection, but these are all new definitions that we had to create because the zoning code just simply did not have them available previously. We've also addressed how land use, both for building type and districts. So for all residentially zoned districts, short-term rentals will be allowed in one form or another, as well as those commercial districts that allow for residential use under residential zoning standards, and for all legal non-conforming residences as well. As well for building typologies, we will allow short-term rentals from everything from the single-family home that most short-term rentals are existing under right now, through duplexes, other multifamily buildings, and mixed-use buildings as well, if the situation were to arise. Also clearing up that special use permits will apply. There will only be one per parcel, which we'll talk about later in terms of density, and then also addressing density on a block level as well. The proposal here is to have no more than 25% of all parcels on a defined street block are allowed to get a special use permit, but regardless of percentage, still allowing one special use permit per street block. If it existed that there was basically less than 4 houses on a street block. We're also codifying several processes that the planning staff has developed and fine-tuned over the last couple of years. So these are things that were within our discretion and purview as part of a special use permit process that we think are so important that need to be in the code now, so that going forward there'll be a much more knowable and consistent application of standards for special use permits. So this is everything from submission requirements, again, redefining the length of term for owner-occupied and non-owner occupied properties, creating additional language to confirm the allowance of legal non-conforming special use permits on those blocks where the density may exceed 25%, as well as addressing performance standards, identifiable factors that go into neighborhood characteristics, maintaining business license, and addressing parties. The property owner or the property manager's ability to address parties, loud noises, disturbances, all those sort of things are now going to be codified rather than just more of a subjective statement. So at the end of this, a couple other highlights of this code that I want to point out. So the first thing that we are doing is identifying what happens when ownership of a property changes. This basically now it's more clear cut that if there is a substantial change to the controlling entity of a property. So again, this is, if a property is sold, if the holding company that owns it switches, anything like that, a new special use permit is automatically required. And again, they have to then come back through the exact same process that we've all seen tonight here, with the public meetings, the neighborhood meetings, the public notice, all that sort of stuff. Additionally, we've addressed legal non-conforming issues that arose that the Planning Commission had expressed concern before for those blocks where the new standards make the new standard of 25% density may create legal non-conforming properties that already have a special use permit, and addressing how they would be able to apply. The idea is that they are all legal non-conforming so long as they follow every other current standard except for that density limit. Again, that's a very small percentage of these compliant properties right now, but it's still something that we want to address and make sure that those who have been following the rules previously aren't going to be unduly punished for due to the concentration limits that may be put in. And then lastly, as I talked about before, just clarifying submission requirements and performance standards, things that we have followed in the past, but again, making it just more clear for everyone, whether you live in state or you know, or out on the West Coast, that you can easily find what the expectations are and what standards you need to follow when you're applying for and running your short-term rental. So with that, I will open up to questions. If we want to get back to the consideration page, or I guess back over to Chairman Carson.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you for all your hard work and persistence in working with us on trying to come up with a plan that's workable. Questions for Michael? Commissioner Strauss.
Just 3 short points. I seen one that we kind of breezed through that had like one special use permit per parcel, and then it said something about could be altered, and it showed a building, like an apartment building or something that could have like maybe multiple special use permits depending on the tenants. I'm not quite sure how that works. It really wasn't clarified in there, but that was just one point. The second point kind of goes to the reason I voted no on an application earlier today from the individual that was doing a application that was not here, didn't have a management plan in place, but we approved it anyway. And I don't know if we can figure out how to regulate a person filing a permit and having a plan before they come. And then lastly, I know there's certain levels of this VRBO, not that I would ever do it, but there's some people that don't want a permanent VRBO or whatever we call these things, but maybe they're going to go on vacation like once a year or something like that, and they just want to rent their house out or whatever it is for that short amount of time that they're going to be gone, but they don't plan on having it like all year long. Do we have that in consideration? Those are my 3 points, and I'm out.
Thank you, Commissioner Strauss. Other questions? Commissioner Iltz has a bunch.
Yeah. So is there a database of short-term rentals and the SUPs for those searchable by the public on the Wyandotte County WYCO-KCK.org website? In Kansas City, Missouri, they have a database called Compass KC where you can look those things up. I had a big question about the density. You said 25% is per block, and in my little neighborhood on Strawberry Hill, I counted the number of houses on Thompson between Orville and Sandusky. So that's one block. And there are 39 properties. So my question is, are you saying that we could have up to 10 short-term rentals on that street? That would really concern me. The parking, there's no off-street parking on that street, or very little. And everybody's always bumper to bumper on the street. Another question is, who would monitor and enforce the performance standards? can we outsource enforcement to a third party? I know sometimes we hire consultants to do things. I didn't know if that was something that could happen. Also, I wasn't quite sure in the ordinance when I was reading it, section 27-214, 11G, it's on page 5. It makes a reference to home occupations, and I wasn't quite sure what that definition is. And also on page 6 of the ordinance, it makes a reference to if it's owner occupied that they can only be over the garage. So that didn't make too much sense. And then the page 17, discontinuance. Your presentation doesn't really explain. Would we have administrative review and SUP or just SUP? And also on page 28 of the ordinance, it does not reference any kind of approval by neighbors. So is that going away completely? Because that seems odd. And then I know I'm sorry, I got so many. On the first slide that you showed us tonight, you said these are considered commercial properties. So would they be paying at the higher tax rate like you guys, like EDC guy referred to, Kindle? 25% versus 11% or something? And what is the current policy regarding ADUs?
Michael, are you going to address these one by one, or Gunner?
I think we might have to, I apologize. We might have to, I lost track of some of these. We might have to do these one at a time.
Okay.
So I'll do my best to try some of them. And Mike, if you can help me fill in the gaps. I think for Commissioner Straw's questions, honestly, the only one I was able to jot down and remember was in relation to, do we have a requirement for a management plan to be in place? I believe the answer is no, that's not one of our standards. I think we could amend it to include a management plan for properties that are not owner occupied. To address your question about the person who leaves for a summer trip and wants to have those there, the way we've defined actively owner occupied is someone is there. You get the benefit of an administrative review. So there is both administrative reviews and special use permits. You get the benefit of an administrative review because you are actively owner occupied. So if you're on the property and managing those who you're renting to, that's the administrative review advantage. Any other scenario is a special use permit. The issue that we had was to, I think what staff was trying to do was support a balance between home ownership and allowing those homeowners to have essentially a second or an additional source of revenue or income coming in. But the catch there, the hook there was they were there to make sure those tenants weren't acting out. And that's the issue. So if you're gone and you're renting, there is no, you're essentially a SUP for that 5 days. So we did, those people would, in that scenario, Commissioner Strauss, they would need an SUP and they would need an on-site manager. I think we could quickly require a management, the identification of who their local requirement of a local manager, if it wasn't the applicant. I think that is a quick fix that makes sense and could be added by motion tonight. I think staff is at the point where we've gone through this multiple times. We are at your discretion. We believe we're at a point where we've written an ordinance that can, that is ready for approval. I think a small tweak like that is something we could do by motion as opposed to sending it back at this time. Again, if things pile upon us and we need more time, staff is fine with that. Again, this is our third time here. So we're trying to get to a point where we're all comfortable. And then Commissioner Strauss, I apologize. I can't remember what your third question was.
No, it was just about the density, like with the apartment complexes and stuff like that.
Right. So what we tried to do is address things that aren't currently happening, but could happen in the future. Trying to future-proof this ordinance a little bit. So we've had most of our short-term rentals have been single-family homes. There's been a couple that have been mixed-use buildings. We have never seen one in a multifamily. So the direction from the Planning Commission was to go to this 25% threshold for density. And so we applied that threshold across all typologies. The idea being it is one special use permit for short-term rentals per property, but that property could have multiple short-term rental units. So if you take the example of a fourplex, eightplex, any multifamily, the code includes on a per unit basis the number, and we set it at 25% because that's the number that was set for the block density. So 25% of that multifamily building could be used for short-term rentals if they so choose and they met the requirements and they got the SUP. Conversely, if you're the owner of, let's say, a fourplex and you live in that fourplex and you rent out those other 3 units, you could administratively have short-term rentals in your property, even though it was a multifamily. So we tried to build in all those scenarios to provide some flexibility for the future. I think that I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, I'm good. 1, 2, 3, I'm out.
Yep. And then so to go to Ms. or Commissioner Alts's comments, you're gonna have to help me with some of these, Commissioner, but I think globally, again, it's an administrative peer review and an SUP.
Is there a way, so my first question was about, is there a database of the short-term rentals or the SUPs searchable by the public? Is that, I assume that would take money. Is that anything that could be?
The unified government uses a software called Host Compliance to assist with our management and compliance of short-term rentals. That is not a public-facing website. Technically, you can, we have a tracking system called Acela that does have a public-facing view, but it doesn't provide a query as you're requesting. That will require time and money if we wanted to put together a thing. But again, again, that is a tool that could assist with the ordinance. It's somewhat irrelevant to the language of the ordinance, but certainly to the enforcement of the ordinance.
Okay, and then, so I guess that kind of answers my other question. Who will monitor and enforce the performance standards? So that would be your department, right? Or would that be?
No, that would be enforced by the zoning enforcement division, which is 2 people in the unified government currently.
Which kind of leads to that one of the other questions was, can we outsource that enforcement to a third party? And when I say enforcement, I'm talking about just mailing a letter to the owner of record, not going out and banging on the door.
I guess I would say this. One, it's a financial constraint that we currently don't have budgeted. But more importantly, I think there are different philosophies about this, but in my opinion, aside from sort of the consultants we typically get to help us with either technical fixes or as an extension of staff to help us with long-range planning, I believe strongly outsourcing the work to review entitlements and outsourcing the work to enforce those entitlements is an incredibly bad idea, because you do not have folks who are invested in your community watching over your community. They're typically often not even in this region when they're doing that work, so they don't really understand what the context is, and we are supposed to be the local experts for this work. So I would never recommend outsourcing anything for the planning department as it relates to the work our planners do, except for long-range planning. And I think that what we have been discussing internally is, if and when this ordinance moves forward, putting together some sort of zoning blitz where we would take what we know in a snapshot from, again, the platform host compliance and going out there and trying to drive people either into administrative reviews or special use permits. I think the truth is we're never going to catch up.
It'd be just nice to close the gap a little. Can you tell me what on page 5 of the ordinance, G, it's like the 4th line down, and this is just because I'm not familiar with this. It says exceptions from procedures and fees. Home occupations or keeping of livestock require a fee in the amount established by the director. What does home occupations mean? I don't know that.
If you're running a business in your house, you need a special use permit. If it doesn't, if it meets certain standards. So
like
if
if I
somebody has
made-
to come to your house for your business, that requires an SUP. If you're
That's-
just doing office work, it doesn't require an SUP.
Okay, like I remember a while back, there was somebody who was selling, they were making T-shirts like in their basement, printing them,
Yes.
and they needed an SUP for people to be able to come and pick them up.
That SUP was application. I think that case was denied, actually.
Yeah,
That was triggered because the process of creating at the site and the process of storing materials at the site.
but
So-
that's what that means.
But that's what that
If
means.
you have a
There are,
business at your home.
yeah, if you
or-
get a, I mean, all of these businesses have to get business licenses, and often we catch home occupation special use permits through business license, where someone says, I want to do a home, I want to run my home business. Okay, well, what is that home business? And then there's 6 criteria in the business license application. If you store, if someone comes, and then so on and so forth. If any of those are hit, it's an immediate SUP. And so that's how we catch most of our home occupations. SUPs.
Okay. And then on page 6, where it talks about accessory dwelling unit, means a dwelling unit that is located over a garage on the same lot or parcel as the primary residential building.
That is the exact definition of accessory dwelling units as adopted by the narrow lot design guidelines, which is the only place where accessory dwelling units are allowed. So you have to be over a garage, whether it's attached or detached from the primary structure.
What if it's not a narrow lot?
Accessory dwelling units are not allowed in the unified government currently.
That was the answer to one of my other questions, was ADUs, what the current policy is.
We recently wrote an interpretation of the narrow lot design guidelines that extends it to all properties where you can opt in if you are a property east of 635. So, so it has to be new construction. You can't have, there's a lot of legal non-conforming ADUs in Strawberry Hill
Mhm.
and Central area and Rosedale and the Northeast. So those will always be legal non-conforming until some sort of accessory dwelling unit ordinance is passed. But what we've tried to do is expand permission or be more permissive of accessory dwelling units for new construction. So you can opt in if you're within East 635. If you're a narrow lot, anything less than 50 feet, you have to follow the narrow lot design guidelines, and you can choose to build an accessory dwelling if you want. So we basically expanded that to every parcel of East 635 if you opt in.
Okay, and then on page 17, B, it says discontinuance. If a non-conforming use of land is discontinued for a period of 6 consecutive months, it shall not thereafter be renewed, and any subsequent use of land shall conform to the regulations of the district in which the land is located. So the question that brought to my mind is that, you know, there were a whole bunch of short-term rentals in Strawberry Hill and east of 635 that kind of gave up the ghost during COVID and went into the 30-day plus rental or long-term rental. Does that mean that all of those people that had a special use permit for a short-term rental for maybe 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, that would have lapsed during the time that they used it as a long-term rental?
This code section, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Farley, but this code section was specifically written to basically say that all existing special use permits that are approved today can continue today and into the future. So they count to, if there continues to be a density requirement per block, they count to that. But if you look at what it is and what the current proposed language says, there is no block that exists today that has more than 25% with special use permits. There are very few blocks that have more than one short-term rental on it, whether it's has an SUP or is quote illegal or not in conformance. So I think we're less concerned that any of those existing SUPs will ever be legal non-conforming in the sense that there's, in your example, 9 other special use permits on that block, but it allows for it, right? So it basically carves them out and lets them continue as is. But again, as that SUP comes back, then it gets roped into all the new requirements. It gets roped into all the new standards. It basically calls them anyway. We just haven't codified those standards.
Commissioner Hand, I do want to make one clarification or one additional comment. So this is Mike Farley with the Unified Government Planning of Urban Design, Department of Planning and Urban Design. The discontinuance subsection that Commissioner Alts was referencing, that exact language actually refers to an existing ongoing use that becomes legal non-conforming due to a change in zoning code. So the example of special use permits that were operating, or short-term rentals that are operating with a special use permit in 2020 did not renew. They actually don't fit under that piece of code. And then everything else that Commissioner Hans, or excuse me, that Director Hans said regarding how existing special use permits can continue to operate if they were to exceed that 25% standard. That is correct. But the exact language that was referenced before is actually existing code right now. And that's regarding basically continuing allowed by right uses in the face of a change of zone or some other change like that. So it is a little different than special use permits.
Commissioner Ernst, I do have you on my list to speak when Commissioner Ilves is done.
Sorry, I'm bogarting it. So I guess my biggest concern is that I did not see anything, and maybe I missed it in here, about getting approval from neighbors for SUPs.
No, SUPs follow the same SUP process. There's I think what you see is it refers to the approval process section, right? So we didn't write it because it's already written that you have to do all these things for special use permits.
Great.
What will not happen is administrative reviews will not require public notification.
Right, which is fine, I guess, yeah. And then I don't know if you can answer that or not, but the slide one says it's commercial. Would they pay a higher rate? And can we do like KCMO did and nick them for a little bit more sales tax?
To tax these would require a different ordinance from the Board of Commissioners. That's not what we're talking about. So if you want to incur more fees from them, then that's something else.
Okay.
I guess what I would say in terms of taxes, it is the use, not the zone, that determines what tax rate you are in. And it is the appraiser who confirms those uses on as regular as possible basis. So any house being used as a special use permit should be picked up by the appraiser as a commercial use and should be at a higher tax rate, but I have no confidence that that is actually happening.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ernst?
I don't really have anything, Jeff. I want everybody to be heard, but staff has worked a really long time and really hard to get this done. And I'd like to bring it home. I'd also like to go to bed, but one before the other.
All right, Mr. Farley, what are you seeking from us tonight? Are you seeking an approval of this procedure and this, what do you want to call it? Protocol? Ordinance, there you go.
Yes, Chairman, we'd be seeking recommendation of approval for the entirety of the text of this ordinance.
All right. Well, any further discussion? And if there are, Commissioner Ernst, are you getting ready for a motion?
I have one question first. Is there any thought to specifying a period of time at which we would go back and revisit this? Or how would that work?
That was a discussion, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, that was a discussion at the subcommittee meeting. And I think what we decided was to not put a sunset clause on this, but instead, outside the ordinance, we would recommend we come back in a year and give you an update on how things are progressing with the zoning, with the enforcement blitz, with general processing of SUPs and administrative. We probably track numbers to see if we're pushing more in and into compliance. And at that time, if we had any modifications, we would probably propose another audit and amendment as needed. So not in the text, but as I guess what I would say, Commissioner Ernst, is if we agree with Commissioner Strauss that a management plan for SUPs needs to be one of the submission requirements. I think we could add that by motion and get it in front of, it goes to Administrative Human Services Standing Committee next on the 23rd, Monday, April 23rd. And then ideally subsequently the Board of Commissioners on the 27th. That could be added by motion. If you wanted that, I would recommend you also make the motion that we come back in a year with the status report and any recommendations therein. And we will do that as staff.
Are there questions or discussion items?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Beth.
Okay, yeah, you answered the question about the administrative review not needing notification of the neighbors, so they don't have any input. As far as ownership and proven property, I think the short-term rental management people kind of are like a third party that makes sure. The fact is short-term rentals are managed better than our long-term rentals as far as being taken care of. And I have another problem with the actively owner. It says they have to live there at least 272 days, which the purpose of having an owner occupied short-term rental is supposedly the managers on site. But to qualify as an actively owner and just go through an administrative review, they could rent the place as a Airbnb for 93 days out of the year without being on site or having a management there. And we're just assuming that they live there and they're going to take care of it better. So that, that's the problem I have is with the separation of administrative and SUPs. I think they probably should be handled the same way, in my opinion. And if it's an owner occupied short-term rental and they're going to get a benefit of assuming that they're the manager on site, then I think the ordinance should say that when it's rented, that they have to be the owner on site, that they have to be there. Otherwise, you're just defeating the purpose of having an owner occupied short-term rental.
Gunnar Hendricks, planning representative. I definitely see your point. I think for the definition of actively owner occupied, we just looked at other jurisdictions and kind of ripped from them, and they were generally around it. If you're there for 2/3 of the year, then you're generally living at that location. That was just a threshold that we saw. I think I agree with the intent of your comment, and so I think my recommendation would be instead of changing the definition of owner occupied, I think we just include the requirement in the administrative review section that you are present when you rent it out as a short-term rental. I think we just that is not explicitly stated. I think we explicitly state that you cannot be, to be actively owner occupied, you could be gone for 1/3 of the year, but that's not when you're doing short-term rentals. So I think we can also address that with a quick fix in the text. I forgot to mention one of your other questions, Ms. Alts, if I may, Mr. Commissioner, Chairman. We added language about what neighborhood character means as it relates to short-term rentals. So just because 25% of a block is eligible for an SUP doesn't mean you get to give 25% of a block to SUPs, right? So there's the numerical threshold, which is a numerical threshold. And then we built all these other things where you could say it doesn't meet neighborhood character because of XYZ. That's why we're denying this SUP if you so choose. So we tried to build in more standing for future denials as it relates to neighborhood character because we heard that loud and clear was the issue.
But that's my contention with the administrative review also. Then you eliminated that input from the neighborhood by not having a notification to the people that's having a short-term rental. And we know there could be a property that's a real pain that affects the entire neighborhood. And if it's administratively handled, unless they call and complain or the squeaky wheel, it could go on and become a problem that we wouldn't even know about. And I think that there needs to be some kind of notification even for the administrative review to get input from the people that actually live in that property area.
The only thing I would say on that is upfront notification is one thing, and input, it doesn't change anything about what happens down the road. What happens down the road happens down the road, and then the choice is the neighbors report it and we pull the SUP. To me, that's the beauty of the SUP is there's complaints about traffic noise, those kinds of things, and they're not honoring what they were supposed to do. We pull it.
But we're talking about administrative approval, not an SUP.
Well, but it's still, it can still be pulled.
Administrative reviews have their own triggers. If there are complaints, they are no longer eligible for administrative reviews. They have to go to an SUP.
And then they
So
have-
we have elevation triggers from administrative to SUP as it relates to, again, neighborhood character and context. Additionally, that same text language allows us to deny administrative.
Or maybe a
Short-term
maybe an
rentals.
owner occupied instead of the, to streamline that definition would be if the person lived within a quarter mile of the place or a fixed number. So if they lived in the same neighborhood, say if a guy lives in the neighborhood, he buys the house next to him and rents that out as a short-term rental, would he not be able to get the same benefit as an owner occupied? Because actually he's next door to the place. And so if there's a problem, he's going to be as close proximity as the person that actually lives in the place too. So maybe instead of owner occupied, maybe you need a geographical boundary that defines whether the person can be considered as, I don't know what you would call it, not owner occupied, but
isn't that a more slippery slope than what we're talking about?
I think
what we have is tighter. We started opening it out to geographic
no,
boundaries.
because owner occupied, it doesn't say they have to be there. They could be gone 3 months out of the year.
If I own the house next door, I could be the same thing.
Well, that's true. So
I wouldn't have, if I own the house next door, I don't even have to live it.
right, there's no guarantee, but I mean, if you live within so many, because when we do these short-term rentals, we talk to these people with management companies, one of the questions we ask is how soon can you be there if there's a problem?
Right.
And, if a guy lives in California and he doesn't have a management company, he doesn't have the same input or same.
I might be confused about what you're asking. I thought you were trying to make it to where the administrative review, we would open that up to people that live next door or within the neighborhood, that they could qualify for one.
Well, no, I don't agree with the administrative reviews at all anyway.
At all.
But the owner occupied should, if the guy lives next door, he's just as likely to have the same benefit as the guy that's renting the house out that lives there. There's no guarantee for either one of them. That's my point. There's no difference between an owner occupied, according to this definition, than a guy that lives next door, because they both could be gone when there's a problem. The idea of the owner occupied is the guy is living in the house and is going to manage the property right there and will be there to see the problem. But according to the definition and the administrative review, authorizing an owner occupied doesn't specify that. It doesn't. See what I'm saying?
Well, so you're not in favor of any administrative review at all. You want to see it continue the way that it does.
I think that's better than the administrative review.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Okay. Anything else that anybody wants to bring? Gunnar, do you have a response or?
I would just say, regardless of the planning commission moves forward, I think I would recommend, to your point, Commissioner Beth, that any actively owner occupied short-term rental has to be present during a short-term rental. I think we can add that. We could do it in the application, we could do it in the ordinance itself, and I don't think we have to change the definition of actively owner occupied. We just change what it means to be actively owner occupied when you're renting.
And the problem with all of this, the bottom line is there's no enforcement. It's difficult to enforce this. It gives you some teeth, but the fact is, you couldn't tie somebody in their house, and we're not going to go knock on their door and make sure they're there when their house is rented.
Well, and we did look into additional enforcement measures, but we are beholden to the current administrative citation process. So that is our enforcement tool.
Other questions or comments for Director Hand or Mr. Farley? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion if you are so ready to make one. Commissioner Ernst,
I'm fishing around for exact words I want, but basically I move that we accept the report as given. We're going to pass it on to the commission and see how this works, because we're never going to know until we do it,
to adopt the proposed ordinance submitted by staff.
or that too.
I'm looking at Gunner.
Yep, point of clarification. I think staff would appreciate a motion to make two small changes to the ordinance. One, that all actively owner-occupied administrative reviews require the owner to be present during rentals, during a short-term rental. And then the second one, adding a application requirement for a management plan.
Okay. Commissioner Ernst,
Amen.
Second.
that's already part of our, that's something you all were planning on doing, correct?
Oh, no, sorry, to Commissioner Ellis' point, yes, I think to Commissioner Ernst's original question, a motion to come back in a year. We'll set it in stone that we'll be back here in a year.
You want that all in the same one?
Yeah, I think it's in the same motion.
All right, so
if the maker is agreeable.
Commissioner Ernst,
The makers agree.
all right. Janet, do you have what we're trying to accomplish?
I got it.
You know,
Gunner does.
Gunner's got it and I got to listen to it again tomorrow. So,
All right, that's fine. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
That is a second.
To all caveats that were added? All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Janet.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this ordinance with the changes passes 6 in favor, 1 opposed.
All right, and that will go on to the Board of Commissioners on the 27th, correct? Is that when you plan on making that presentation? All right.
Sorry, we'll also be at Administrative Human Services on the 23rd, which is the interim step for all ordinances to the Board of Commissioners.
All right, great. Thank you. Anything else anybody has for the good of the order? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Still not a bad night. We've done
No.
later. All right, thank you all.
You're welcome.